Morning, everyone. Welcome to this meeting of the Committee of the Whole, back in person, and hopefully we can stay that way, knock on wood. I will start this morning with not something that we have to do, but something that we should do, and that is a land acknowledgement. Recently seeing the various protests in the name of freedom, and I saw today an apt description, is that there, in a civilized society, there's reasonable and rational limits on freedom where that freedom can create an injustice for others. And of course, we have to recognize that because we have, in our history, in the name of freedom, demonstrated many injustices with regards to First Nations. So in the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Canmore area, known as Shooting at Willows in Stoney Nakoda, and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Stoney Nakoda, comprised of the Bearspaw First Nation, Chiniki First Nation, and Wesley First Nation, as well as the Tsuut'ina First Nation, the Blackfoot Confederacy, comprised of Siksika, Piikani, and Kainai. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3, within the historical Northwest Métis homeland. We acknowledge all nations who live, work, play, and help us steward this land and who honor and celebrate this territory. And of course, we acknowledge this to advance truth and reconciliation. Now turning to the agenda for today's Committee of the Whole meeting, there's just an editorial correction I just would like to point out that on the agenda under H, there's 4 items of correspondence, whereas actually in the package itself there are 7, so 3 of them have just been accidentally excluded. I would look to see if there are any changes to the agenda. Seeing none, I'll move adoption of the agenda for February 15th, 2022 Committee of the Whole meeting. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We will start with a visit from Tourism Canmore Kananaskis. Item B. Ms. Ludwig, thank you for joining us today. Welcome to Council.
Thank you for having me. Worship Council. My name is Rachel Ludwig. I'm the CEO of Tourism Canmore Kananaskis, and I'm talking to you today to give you a little bit of an overview of the organization, as there's some new faces on Council. About a funding agreement we entered into with the town of Canmore and our business plan and how it aligns with that funding agreement. This slide gives a quick overview of Tourism Canmore Kananaskis. The organization started with the first payment collection on July 1, 2018, after it lay dormant for 2 years. And we have made great strides since then. All business sectors have the opportunity to pay a 2% destination marketing fee to the organization. And to date, we have 22 hotel members, which represent about 50% of the room inventory, and 7 activity members who choose this option. For hotel members, in fact, this is the only option to become part of the organization. All other sectors can also choose to pay an annual marketing fee instead. While hotels are the smallest business sector by number, they provided about 82% of the organization's revenue pre-COVID. Here we go. Tourism Canmore Kananaskis has a 10-year strategic plan in place that was accepted by the board in 2019 and by the town of Canmore as a planning document in July of 2019. We have reviewed the strategic plan constantly throughout COVID, and it is great to see that we were ahead of our times and the plan is still valid as it stands. As you are all aware, the town of Canmore formed a tourism task force in 2020, which resulted in Canmore's regenerative tourism framework, which I will talk about a little later on. Meanwhile, with COVID-19 and the uncertainties of revenue, borders, and the impact it had on our member businesses, top of mind, COVID-19 response was the focus for us in 2020 and 2021, with continually changing promotional campaigns and messaging. TCK was fortunate enough to receive grants that allowed us to offer free marketing services to our businesses in Canmore and Kananaskis. With the peak of the pandemic hopefully behind us, we will be able to focus on executing on the strategic plan and continually move towards a destination management approach. With this, we will be working on a rebrand, expanding on the pledge to the Peaks Visitor Education Program, and launch an online training for hospitality personnel. Our halfway goal for the strategic plan is to implement a destination-wide sustainable tourism program by 2024, and we will be starting to evaluate programs this year. At the end of the strategic plan, we will be a leader in sustainable tourism, probably alongside many other destinations, because this is really something that is on top of the mind of the whole industry around the world. Thanks to our successful grant applications, we were able to grow the organization's staff to better cope with the demands of the pandemic and to ensure we are here to help with pandemic recovery efforts. You can see our current staff pictured here, and Bruce Marple just started with us in the role of communications manager, and he's here today with me. In 2020, the Tourism Task Force consisted of 14 community and business members, 2 council representatives, and Tourism Canmore Kananaskis. The public engagement saw 161 community members participate, and an online survey produced 692 responses. To ensure that all aspects of community are engaged, there were also youth workshops, a workshop with clients from Canmore's Affordable Services Program, as well as in-depth interviews with Stoney Nakoda elders, youth, and Métis members. The resulting framework for tourism in Canmore was endorsed by Council on October 5th, and administration was tasked to work with Tourism Canmore Kananaskis to create the Tourism Roundtable, to initiate and monitor progress on the regenerative tourism framework, and to facilitate broad-based community dialogue. Here are some highlights of the very important findings of the public engagement on tourism. Residents' definition of tourism benefits to businesses is fairly narrow. For example, a majority does not see personal or municipal services or business services benefiting from the visitor economy. However, massage therapists, bookkeepers, plumbers, and yoga studios all benefit from visitors to Canmore. Residents see tourism as important, but often negative. Like 46% of residents feel tourism diminishes their quality of life, while 34% feel it enhances their quality of life. Some benefits of tourism aren't apparent to residents. A significant minority of Canmore residents don't see even the most obvious benefits that tourism brings, like jobs, revenue, restaurants, or recreation facilities. And the top 3 issues identified with tourism are not surprisingly vehicle congestion, wildlife conflict, and overcrowding. Just to quickly showcase how important tourism in Canmore actually is, the industry contributes $345 million directly to the Canmore community annually and supports over 4,000 year-round jobs. The indirect economic impact is an additional $273 million. While direct economic impact shows the money spent by visitors directly in businesses like restaurants, float tours, or hotels, the indirect economic benefit calculates what these businesses spend on services like accounting, insurance, office supplies, and so on. The first page of the tourism framework really summarizes this perfectly. Canmore is a tourism town. Diverse visitors provide job opportunities that add to a healthy economy, support businesses and services we would not otherwise attract, and enhance a global reputation. Tourism also brings challenges, including increasing human-wildlife interactions, negative environmental impacts, more congestion, disrespectful behavior, and a lack of affordability. It continues on that the tourism framework is designed to facilitate a thriving tourism economy and ensure the most important concern of the community is addressed, the regeneration of the essence of Canmore, an authentic, active mountain town that has a meaningful relationship with the natural environment and indigenous culture and history. The Tourism Roundtable will be an integral part with a mandate to review key actions, prioritize, and define roles, and build a short, medium, and long-term implementation plan. This will be a lot of work, especially as there are many action items that are in addition to the town administration's current priorities, but also for Tourism Canmore Kananaskis with our limited resources to take on. We will also need to look at budget that has to be attached to certain actions. Tourism Canmore Kananaskis has entered into a funding agreement with the town of Canmore at the end of last year. The contract stipulates that the town of Canmore will be remitting 12% of funds of the business registry to Tourism Canmore Kananaskis. This will be approximately 4% of Tourism Canmore Kananaskis' total income in 2022. The deliverables of the contract are the implementation of a tourism roundtable, the creation of benchmarks and annual report to council, the development of a triple bottom line framework and associated training program to the industry, as well as the development and implementation of a traveler's social and environmental responsibility education campaign. We will present the Tourism Canmore Kananaskis business plan in detail as soon as in-person meetings can be held responsibly, so hopefully in March. But I'm happy to give Council a sneak peek today, explaining how the deliverables of the funding agreement with the town of Canmore are matching some of our initiatives. At first glance, you are able to see that we have divided the business plan under the 3 pillars of profit, planet, and people to better showcase the triple bottom line approach to tourism and how the organization is delivering on these. I will elaborate on some, but not on all items today, considering I'm quickly running out of time. On the profit side, we will be working on a brand evolution to ensure we are reflecting the findings of the public engagement and our goal to become a leader in sustainable tourism. Digital promotion, business development, and media and public relations are regular functions of a destination organization that we have executed on since the beginning. The next 2 pillars are important as they are relatively new to the organization and represent the deliverables agreed to with the town of Canmore and incorporate some of the pillars of the tourism framework. With meaningful action on climate change being on one of the capstones of the framework, the planet pillar will be part of our move towards a more sustainable travel framework. The destination has yet to choose and implement a sustainable tourism program. There are now many to choose from, and we will start looking into the best solution for Canmore and Kananaskis this year. We will report on progress on this next time we are presenting to Council, as this initiative is tied to the Town of Canmore deliverable to create a triple bottom line framework. We will also build on our successful Pledge to the Peaks that was launched last year. We want to expand the program to businesses and will implement some recommendations made by consultations with the Stony Nakoda during the Tourism Task Force engagements. As an organization, Tourism Canmore Kananaskis is already following sustainable business practices, and we will further expand and report on sustainability measures. Last but not least, we will continue the promotion of sustainable travel practices beyond the Pledge to the Peaks initiative. These include the promotion of extended stays, wildlife education, and alternative modes of transportation. Under people, the organization's most important resource is our staff. In order for a small team to achieve the ambitious goals of the strategic plan, we require motivated staff that are able to deliver on the goals while finding efficiencies along the way. We are committed to build and grow relationships with the Stony Nakoda, which is enforced by the fact that truth and reconciliation is one of the capstones of the tourism framework. Destination stewardship will be vital, and we will be working on frontline and resident education and training to ensure our sustainability standards are communicated to visitors throughout their stay. Last but not least, we are supporting Canmore events that are well loved by the community and also help to bring visitors to town, like the Canmore Highland Games, Eagles Minor Hockey, or the Masters World Cup, to just name a few. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ludwig. I really appreciate the update and coming today with a very fulsome presentation. I had one question. What is the current anticipated timing of the start of the roundtable?
Hopefully in March.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
I'm
Fantastic.
hoping to do that in person as well because it's so much easier to form connections. So,
Great. I look forward to participating on that.
for sure.
Yes. Looking to council, any questions?
Thank you. Sorry, I was like, yes. Thank you, Rachel, for being here today, and congratulations on being executive director for TCK.
Thank you.
Such an exciting role. TCK's tourism strategy was approved in April 2019. And then a year later, we're like right at the beginning of COVID. Do you see a need as an organization to update that 10-year plan given the past 2 years, or you still kind of see yourself in there and everything's been laid out in terms of future success?
I think most of the items in the strategic plan are still valid. Like the big goals, like the 5-year goal and the 10-year goal is to achieve a triple bottom line approach and then to be a leader in sustainable tourism. And I don't think that can be more relevant than now. There might be a few bits and pieces here and there that we might adjust, but that is usual with the 10-year plan. So I don't see any big changes coming to the plan.
Awesome. And then I have one more odd question. In Planet, you kind of talk about sustainable business practices. The community to the west of us, Banff, is exploring adding to their community standards bylaws, businesses having their doors closed in the winter. Is this something that's on your radar, or do you talk with businesses about these kinds of levels of practices? And you know, where is that plan headed?
I think I would have the town of Canmore lead on that. It will be part of the sustainable tourism program as a destination that we will be looking at to define standards, but we are not there yet. Like, we were a little sidetracked on our way to achieving some of those items with the pandemic, but now we are full force ahead. So
It was just top of mind.
yeah, for sure. Like, personally, I like it, but
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, like, regulating whether people can have their doors open, debatable.
yeah,
But definitely a conversation I think we should be having.
100%.
Yeah.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you. And thank you to Ms. Faubert for following up on the door conversation. That's been one that's been top of my mind lately too. It's an interesting one for sure. But along those lines, you know, we use this word sustainable a lot. And I wonder if you could just elaborate on what sustainability means to TCK at this moment.
At this moment, it's definitely the implementation of a triple bottom line, because we need to sustain all 3 aspects of the community. We need to have sustainable businesses, which means profit, because otherwise we won't be here. We need to have sustainability in our environment surroundings, because otherwise we wouldn't have tourism if it weren't for our natural environment and the mountains we live in. And we need to have people that are welcoming visitors and that live here and form the community and be proud of the place. So I think sustainability can mean a lot in a lot of ways, but I think it's important to get those 3 pillars formed.
I appreciate that we are looking at all 3 aspects, and I think that's a great initiative. Thank you.
Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Ms. Ludwig. During your presentation, you talked about promotion of sustainable travel practices. Where is the content being created for that? Are you guys referencing other communities, customizing with respect to Canmore, a bit of a mix? Just curious.
We produce that content in-house. I think the Pledge to the Peaks is one vehicle to get us there, but it's so much more, right? Like, the whole community will need to start to talk to visitors in a unified voice. And I think we are at a space now where we can actually talk to the visitor and ask them to respect where they are, respect our lands, respect our people. And in order to do that, we just need to find a unified voice. We will be leading on that with the Pledge to the Peaks is one outlet, but also with the training that I alluded to, right? We need to empower our frontline workers to talk about sustainability practices with their customers so that they get a message over and over again.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're looking to see if there's any other questions. Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Ludwig, for joining us today and for the update. Thank you, Mr. Marple. Welcome to the organization, and I hope that this year continues to go as planned, as opposed to the uncertainty that we've had to endure the last 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Turning now to the item C, the minutes of January 18th, 2022. Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, then I move approval of the minutes of the January 18th, 2022 Committee of the Whole meeting as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We'll now move to item D1, assessment overview. I don't have one. Ms. Richardson, will you be introducing this item?
I will be.
Great, thank you.
So with us today, we have Lance Wailagi, close, and Deanne Bannerman from Benchmark Assessment Consultants. So as council may be aware, familiar faces to some, but new faces to newer councillors. But Benchmark has been our contractor for our assessment services. We contract that out. They've been with us for just over 2 years. They are the largest assessment company in Southern Alberta, and we've really benefited over that 2 years of the expertise they really have in this field and the large number of municipalities they serve. So even though they're not physically located here, I can speak to how often they're actually boots on the ground here in the community. They really have taken a significant amount of effort into learning our streets, learning our neighborhoods. At this point, I think they know the streets and addressing in this town better than I do after almost 10 years here. I'm always impressed. So with that, I will hand it over to them. I just wanted to do a brief introduction, and they'll be walking us through a little bit of assessment introduction and how that works here in Alberta, and then getting into a bit about what people can expect with their assessment notices, which were just mailed out yesterday.
Great,
So with that, I will hand it over.
thank you. And to the representatives of Benchmark Assessments, welcome to council. We're looking forward to this presentation.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. It's nice to be back in person. I think the last time we've been here was 2020, so it's been about 2 years since we've been back, and I see there's a few new faces. So on top of what Chelsea just gave us a nice warm welcome there, I'll just try to expand a little bit on that. My name's Lance Wailagi. I'm one of the owners of Benchmark Assessment Consultants. To my right is Deanne Bannerman. She's the assessment team lead for the town of Canmore. And just a little bit about Benchmark. Currently, we provide assessment services for 49 municipalities and 1 nation, the Tsuut'ina Nation just outside of Calgary. Currently, we have 2 appraisers on staff, 5 accredited assessors, 3 candidate assessors, and 1 administrator. And it's been the 3rd assessment role, or this will be the 3rd assessment role that we've prepared for the town of Canmore. And I'm happy to pass it over to Deanne to give you guys the assessment summary for this year.
Great, thank you.
So thank you for providing us with the opportunity to give an overview on property assessment. The assessment process in Alberta is complex, and we could talk for days rather than the hour that we have allocated. So the overview that we've prepared is very high level. We'll also provide highlights for the year's property assessment mailout this year in order to provide you with all the information that you may need when discussing property assessments with the town of Canmore taxpayers. So we'll begin by sharing information regarding the property assessment process in Alberta. It is important to understand that the property assessment function is largely bound by the legislative framework provided through the Municipal Government Act and its associated regulations. Most of the timeframes, methodologies, standards, and processes are prescribed through this legislation. There are 2 standards for property value that are used to prepare assessments. The first is regulated value. Regulated value is established by the province and does not necessarily reflect market value. The common types of properties valued using the regulated approach are electrical, telecommunications, and natural gas lines. The property classified as designated industrial property is assessed by the provincial assessor, not by us. The second standard is market value. The majority of properties in the town of Canmore fall under this market value standard, so we're going to focus more on that concept today. Market value means the amount that a property might be expected to realize if it is sold on the open market by a willing seller to a willing buyer. The legislation further stipulates that an assessment of property based on market value must be prepared using mass appraisal, must be an estimate of the value of the fee simple estate in the property, and it must reflect the typical market conditions for properties similar to that property. Mass appraisal is the legislated methodology used for valuing individual properties. The concept of mass appraisal is important to the property assessment process, and it's the reason why not every house that sells is assessed at their actual sale price. The mass appraisal process requires that similar properties are grouped together and valid sales and, where appropriate, cost or income information are analyzed. From that information, a valuation model is developed to calculate the relationship between the estimated market value and those property characteristics. The assessments are then calculated by applying the appropriate valuation model to all of the properties within a stratified property group. That is why it would be even very rare, even for a property that's sold, to have an assessed value exactly the same as its sale price. So in addition to the legislated requirements, we also prepare property assessments utilizing industry best practices. One appraisal principle that I'd like to go through with you now, as we're going to touch on it later in the presentation, is the principle of the highest and the best use. This principle is where each property must be appraised first by identifying its most appropriate market, and then second, the most profitable use within that market. The most profitable use must also be physically and legally permissible. The concept most commonly discussed in connection with underutilized land, and that's where an improved property no longer contributes to the overall value, and the land is more profitable in its vacant state. So why is assessment necessary? Property assessment is the process of calculating and assigning an assessed value to each property within the municipality, within our mass appraisal framework. Its fundamental purpose is to serve as the mechanism for the fair and equitable distribution of taxes in the form of the annual municipal, provincial education, and other requisition levies. Property assessments for the 2021 assessment year must be an estimate of the property on July 1st, 2021, which we call our valuation date, and it must reflect the physical condition of the property on December 31st, 2021, which is our condition date. 3 years of sales from the period of July 1st, 2018 to June 30th, 2021 were used in the preparation of the assessments for the town of Canmore. These sales were analyzed to determine if they reflect typical market value. Although the assessor will review all sales within the municipality, not all sales that occur are used in the preparation of property assessments. Some of the sales that would not be used would include transactions that occur between related parties, such as from a spouse to a spouse or a corporation to its owner. Other sales that would not be used would be sales that involve atypical interests or motivations. So once the sales to be used are identified, they are then adjusted for time over the 3 years so that they reflect the time mark of the July 1st, 2021, which is our valuation date. The condition date of December 31st reflects the physical condition of the property on that date. The majority of properties impacted by this would be properties that are under construction or properties that have undergone changes, such as demolition, additional structures being added, renovations, and changes in use. These properties are valued with that physical condition as of December 31st, using those market conditions from July 1st. So how do property owners know that their assessment's correct? There are several assessment audit functions built into the assessment process, and one of them started this week. Assessment notices were mailed yesterday, so property owners will begin receiving their assessments. This starts the assessment review period, which is available from February 14th until April 25th, which is the deadline for property owners to file a formal complaint with the Assessment Review Board. If property owners have questions or concerns regarding their assessed value, they can call or email us at Benchmark Assessment. If there are errors, we will correct them, so that property owners don't need to go through a formal complaint process. We do, though, encourage property owners to contact us early in this 2+ month period, so that if there are any issues, we have time to resolve them prior to that complaint deadline. So the next audit of the assessments comes through the legislated assessment complaints process. To ensure that property owners have a voice in their property assessment, the MGA has set out an appeals and complaints system for property owners who have concerns about their assessment. This process is again highly legislated and provides for procedural regulations for filing evidence and argument. The largest audit is undertaken by Alberta Municipal Affairs through their assessment audit area. First, the assessment role must pass legislative standards as set out in the MGA and regulations before an assessment role can be declared, before the assessment notices can be mailed, and before taxes are levied. The comprehensive tests include statistical testing of the overall assessment to sales ratios. Overall assessment levels for stratifications need to be between 95 and 105% of the sales prices. The coefficient of dispersion, which measures the spread or the variation of the data from the median, needs to be below 15 for residential properties. The lower the COD, the closer the overall ratios are to the target range. The provincial auditors monitor the quality of assessments throughout Alberta by running a series of tests to ensure that assessed values comply with these regulated standards. In addition to these annual audits, Municipal Affairs also conducts a more thorough audit known as a detailed audit on all municipalities in Alberta over a 5-year period. The town of Canmore completed a detailed audit in 2020 and has recently completed a follow-up review where the auditor concluded that the municipality is in substantial compliance with all of the recommendations in the original report. So outside of the regular assessment process, there are a couple other important pieces I'd like to go through with you, and the first of which being tax exemptions. Typical exemptions include property owned or used by organizations that provide services related to government, education, charity, religion, culture, and historic preservation. Although exemptions exist to provide support for organizations which benefit the community, it's important to keep in mind that each dollar of taxes that are made exempt must be made up for by the remainder of the taxpayers in the municipality. The other area I'd like to touch on is supplementary assessments. The town of Canmore has a supplementary assessment and tax bylaw, which allows the town to assess and tax property where construction was completed during the year. Supplementary assessments apply to new construction or completed construction that is either occupied or completed during all or part of the year, which was not included in the current year's assessment and tax notice. The concept of supplementary assessments is so that property owners are taxed on that additional value in order to pay their fair share of the property taxes which support municipal services. The supplementary tax is prorated based on the number of months a newly built property has been completed or occupied. Last year, supplementary assessments accounted for just over $42 million in additional assessment that the town was able to tax. So that concludes the portion on the presentation on the assessment process in Alberta. As you can see, the assessor's role is highly directed through the legislation. It's important to also note that the legislation has morphed over time to include interpretations from the assessment review boards, the Municipal Government Board, Court of Queen's Bench, Court of Appeals, and even so far as the Supreme Court of Canada. So things that may seem straightforward and clear are not so much. Our profession had advocated for significant changes to the MGA during the last review a few years ago, but unfortunately there are still many discrepancies between the language in the MGA and the decisions, which makes the process more complex. So now let's move on to what will really interest you, which is what we can expect for the 2021 assessments for the town of Canmore. Taxable assessment for the town of Canmore has increased by almost $700 million over the last year to reach a total of a little over $8.7 billion. This includes both market value changes and growth. Market change is the year-over-year changes in market conditions as a result of changing market demands for certain locations or characteristics that have resulted in increases or decreases in the assessments from July 1st, 2020 to July 1st, 2021. But it does not include any assessment growth, which we're going to talk about later in this presentation. Market changes for the property assessments are based on the actual market activity in the form of sales, and these are not controlled by either the assessor or council. The residential inventory has seen increases on average of 5.2%, and the non-residential has seen increases of 11.6%. But I do want to highlight that the majority of the non-residential increase was a result of the lodging condo inventory. The majority of the remaining non-residential inventory remained relatively flat, with decreases seen in the non-condoed lodging inventory. It is important to keep in mind that these are just averages, though. Half of the properties will be below this average and half will be above, and typically the inquiries that are received are from properties seeing increases above the typical. Because assessments are based on market value, they will fluctuate with changes in the underlying real estate market. It's important to note that changes in the assessment due to market value do not result in new revenues for the town. So now on to what we like to call the hot spots. These are the areas that we'll get more phone calls on. These are the areas that incurred more variation in assessment changes than the rest of the inventory, and this year they include the following. Residential reinspection areas typically experience more changes than normal. As properties are inspected, the data is reviewed and updated. You may have seen our assessors around town this July walking with their tablets and cameras to inspect South Canmore, Eagle Terrace, Cassell, Cafaro, and Miscow area. Residential redevelopment areas will also see changes to their assessments this year, aside from seeing all of the new construction occurring around them. We have changed the valuation so that there's a larger proportion of value placed on the land components and almost no value to the improvements for older pre-1970 homes. We've seen significant sales of these types of properties that are being demolished and new properties are taking their place, as well as quite a lot being purchased by developers and being held for future redevelopment. This is especially evident in properties zoned for higher density, indicating that the highest and best use for these properties is now redevelopment land rather than improved parcels. For the non-residential, the lodging condos saw a larger increase than the rest of the properties in town at around 15 to 20%, depending on the complex. The demand for this product continues to be strong in the town of Canmore. Although the typical market increase was 15 to 20%, there were some complexes that will see an increase even more than the average because as more sales came online, it was evident that they had been undervalued in the past. That being said, the non-condoed lodging properties generally saw revenues decrease again due to COVID for a second year in a row. This resulted in an average decrease for the inventory between 10 and 15%. Lower performing lodging properties, such as the older motels and the bed and breakfasts, were converted to a land threshold model. And this change in the highest and best use, which we talked about a little bit earlier, from an income-producing property to redevelopment land is evidenced through the demolition of the old Canmore Lodge and the redevelopment plans for the Kai Motel. I hope I pronounced that right. Assessment growth is generally defined as new construction that adds value to a property or a change in use, such as a subdivision. Assessment growth occurs in addition to any market value changes or changes in market conditions. The majority of growth in the town of Canmore is a result of the residential inventory at almost 90% of the total growth. So some of the notable growth that came on in 2021 is the Jack Pine Lodge in Spring Creek. the residential condos there. We also saw the residences at 7 and 7 right downtown, again, residential condos. We had 2 apartment buildings come on, the View Canmore and the Rundle House, and as you drive into town, you see Moose Meadows, our new industrial condos. Some key dates that you might want to keep in mind when talking to property owners. The assessment notices were mailed out yesterday, February 14th, and the deadline for property owners to file an appeal, a formal complaint with the Assessment Review Board, is April 25th, 2022. So if property owners want to understand more about their assessment, the town has some excellent resources available to property owners right on the town website, such as assessment information and FAQs, as well as the interactive property viewer map, which has aerial maps of the properties in town and includes the property's assessed values. So property owners can look at their neighbors' properties and see that they're being fairly assessed compared to their neighbors. Then, of course, property owners can call or email us, their friendly neighborhood benchmark assessment. So that concludes our presentation. So thank you for your attention, and we're available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. You know, some of us have assessment review board training, but even so, this always opens up a new layer of understanding and refreshing the stuff. This should, you know, your stuff is actually, you said it, you could go on for days, but it's actually really good for refresher materials. So maybe you want to submit them to municipal affairs. It was really well done. So thank you. I would like to look to council to see if there are any questions. Councillor Graham.
Just one for me. You mentioned, and just a clarifying question, that you look at all sales of property. Does that include private sales, or is that just?
We actually get information from Alberta Land Titles, so every land title transfer that comes through our office, and we review every one.
So it's not just databases like realtor databases, or anything, it's land titles databases?
Yeah, from
Excellent.
land titles. And we do have supporting information, so we have access to the MLS system, so we have information on listings and details maybe of the sales, but yeah, we do get all transfers.
And then just one more for me, if I might. When there's large discrepancies in property value, if somebody thinks they're overvalued, they're going to call in. I'm going to suspect not many people call if they're undervalued.
We do get some phone calls. It is more rare, definitely. We do get some phone calls, especially people who are trying to sell their property, wanting to know why their assessment's so low when they're trying to sell it for higher. So we've been asked for increases definitely before in the past. So in a lot of cases where you'll see that occur, there may be a lack of market information, so they may be a little bit unique, and there hasn't been any sales transactions that have occurred for that unique type of property or in that location. So we're using the data from all of the knowns, which is from the sales of the rest of the properties that have sold, to apply to that. So because it is a mass appraisal process and not site specific, there may be gaps in that sales information, but we're always looking for the holes and trying to make sure that equity is maintained.
Thank you. And just one more, if I might. Actually, no, I'll hold off on that one. Thanks.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for your presentation. We were actually just in strategic planning and we were talking about civic literacy, and I agree with the mayor that your presentation is really great for that high-level civic literacy piece. I also found a little video from the city of Okotoks. Is it a city? I don't know. Yeah. And they have a great little video as well, but I think most people don't understand assessment, and as you know, the last time you were here, I was very, very involved in the assessment conversation. So thank you very much for all the work that you've done since you've come on with us. Thank you. I was wondering if you could spend a bit more time speaking to the point you made about older properties, commercial revenue properties such as hotels, and how you're moving away from the income approach to more of the land value. Did I understand that correctly?
On the most part, yeah.
Yeah. So, and why is that? If they're still bringing in decent income, like there's a couple hotels I have in mind that are elderly and still bring in have really great, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, revenue. Yeah, non-vacancy, like they're not vacant very often. What is that? Why am I? Anyways, more coffee.
They have good occupancy.
Yeah, thank you. That was what I was shopping for. Thank you very much.
So what we've seen this year, and it is largely, well, it's two parts. So largely due to COVID. I mean, when we prepare assessments for the hotel-type properties specifically, and only for the hotel-type properties, we use 3 years of revenues in the preparation, and their actual revenues in the preparation of their assessments. So we have seen a sharp decrease on their revenues in the last 2 years, and that really has swayed the overall income valuation for these properties. So that's the one side. So,
So is that a permanent measure or is that a temporary measure?
It's temporary. So
Okay, all right. I didn't understand that.
yeah, no, it's temporary just in the point that their income has dropped off to a point, or their revenues have dropped off to a point where the land sitting underneath of them is definitely more valuable. And so we considered, and we did an evaluation between the land value and those hotels. Some of the properties, it may end up being something more permanent for. If the Kai Hotel hadn't have been boarded up, it may have sat on a land threshold until the time where it sold or was demolished regardless. So the land in Canmore, especially along Bow Valley Trail, it is worth quite a bit of money. And we've seen a lot of redevelopment occur. I know, talking with the owners of the old Canmore Lodge, where they are just holding that land until they can redevelop that larger section in the future.
With the garage, yeah.
Yeah, so, and even with the redevelopment plans that came before you for the Kai Motel and the new higher density development, I mean, that really is what the highest and best use is, higher density, the motel type properties. For the size of land that they're occupying, isn't as valuable, even on the revenue stream side.
No, that makes total sense, and I appreciate you, Claire. I'm glad I asked the question. So can you speak then to tourist homes? So they're residential use, they are assessed as residential. Is there ever a point where the income approach, because if they're used strictly as revenue properties for tourists or hotel rooms, they're basically hotel rooms with a residential underpinning. Is there any point where that would be assessed less at the way it is? Well, I'm assuming it's assessed as residential property. I'm not speaking very well today. I'm really
That's okay.
sorry.
No, I think I understand.
Struggling.
I think I understand what you're asking. So
Yeah.
just to clarify, the tourist home inventories are actually taxed differently than the residential inventory. They have a separate tax rate.
Yes.
Unless they sign the personal declaration.
Yes.
And so in the valuation process for them, although we could choose to apply an income approach to those properties, there's significant amount of sales, and the direct sales approach really does work a lot better for that type of property. Same goes for the lodging condos, so the non-tourist home, the non-residential.
Their vacation or visitor accommodation.
Visitor
zoned,
accommodation,
yeah.
yeah, and they have, there's significant sales transactions that occur on those properties, so the sales comparison is the most appropriate system for doing it. Otherwise, we'd have to collect all the income information from all of those properties, combine it together, and to be honest, we don't get great responses from the income information we currently ask for. So the direct sales definitely, it is the preferred approach for those types of properties.
Gotcha. And that's all I have. Thank you very much for coming to see us today.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming today, and we look forward to seeing you again in the future because refreshers are always good.
All right, great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Take care. We'll now move to item D2, Economic Development Pandemic Response Overview. Ms. McClett. Just before you get going, I think I'd look to admit it looks like we're moving a little ahead of schedule. Should we try to get Mr. Asarte and Mr. Burt here before the break for lunch, or do you want to leave it as is?
We'll reach out to both those gentlemen and see if they're available. They should be available.
Okay.
If not, we could also move some of the administrative items up to
That's a good
before
idea.
lunch.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's a good idea.
Okay.
Okay, I'll get back to you after this presentation. Thank you. Ms. McLeod, welcome to the council.
Good morning. And I just realized I have the wrong presentation up. Okay, we should be good. Good morning, Mayor Krauser and members of council. I'm here today to provide council with an update or an overview of the economic development done spanning 2020 and 2021. And for some of our previous council members, this might be some repetitiveness in this, but for new council, I'm hoping this will be an educational and celebratory report to council. A reminder that in 2020, council allocated $281,000 from tax stabilization to fund additional work in economic development to support our local business community. Some of the key pieces there is that we recognize we couldn't do it all, and we couldn't provide bailout loans. There was not enough tax money in our coffers to enter into that space. However, what we could do is build, focus on business resiliency, job protection, look where the gaps were in federal and provincial funding, trying to reduce the number of permanent business closures associated to the pandemic, and add for programming that would not add to debt load of our business community, because a lot of what was out there initially at the start was low interest loans. And then the last filter, if we can't do it well, we shouldn't be doing it. And that was triggered by a community in the States that offered rent relief, and within day one, the budget was blown out of the water. And we recognized, well, that's not a space that we can enter into in that regard. I will also note that none of this would have been possible without working in partnership internally with the many departments. And I think this work has touched on every department in our town, as well as with external partners, such as the BIA, BODA, the Bow Valley Chamber of Commerce, Canmore Hotel and Lodging, Tourism Canmore Kananaskis, the Banff Canmore Job Resource Centre, among a few. And I will note that we did see business closures, but we didn't see them in the anticipated numbers we additionally saw. Now, that's not speaking about what will happen still in 2022. We recognize some businesses have been holding on by a thread, but we did track very specifically if COVID was the primary reason for a business closure. And we saw 60 businesses indicate that that was the reason. That did not mean we didn't see closures, and as in the administrative report later today, you'll see that in 2020, we saw 298 business license cancellations. And that doesn't always indicate a closure. That could mean that they have retired, that they have sold, that they have moved out of the community. And often we saw those numbers in home occupations, class 1, which are your micro businesses from home, or in canceled out-of-town business licenses. Those were the predominant areas, and that could have been related to canceled events such as wedding, which we saw a lot of in early 2020. Some of the general response work we sent out, thankfully to communications, 67 business e-updates with relevant information to our business community, connecting them to programs, support, and information that was relevant to them. We created an online business hub where people could go, and again, easy to find access to information that was relevant to the business and their needs. Over the last 2 years, we've done 4 different business surveys, starting with a business, I want to call it impact survey, but that's not the one. So we did 4 surveys over the course to understand where businesses were at, how the pandemic was impacting them, and what trends we were identifying so that we could adapt the pandemic response programming to the needs that we saw in our community. And we had the Business Recovery Task Force, and that report was recently given to council, and work that we're focusing on and implementing as we move out of pandemic into hopefully recovery. We worked with the Banff Canmore Job Resource Centre and lobbied for them to shift their processes to allow them to have an online job board, which I don't know if you remember, but pre-pandemic, you had to walk into the Job Resource Centre and their deliverables in their funding was tied to that in-person connection. That has now shifted, and they have this amazing online job board and Facebook page that allows employers and job seekers to find jobs in Canmore. And then we did a roundtable around retention and attraction of labor force. And really at that point, we had too much labor force and not enough jobs. And so we were trying to figure out how do we connect. That has shifted in 2021, where we saw labor shortages that predate the pandemic in Canmore. Additionally, we had the reopening working groups. And I would say groups because the first group didn't always transition, and we brought in people as the pandemic shifted and the restrictions shifted. But that allowed us to work with internal and external agencies to communicate to our residents, to our visitors, and to our businesses what was the standards that we were approaching in Canmore. Thinking about the additional mask bylaw, and additionally, we love you, but please stay away. Come back when it's allowable again. And that then shifted that you are welcome, but please wear a mask. And then we worked with Tourism Canmore and Kananaskis and the BIA to, again, enhance that messaging so that we are united fronts in what we brought to the community at that time. Main Street pedestrianization. And that was controversial at the time in 2020 when people were saying, oh, we can't do this, we'll lose business. And we moved this forward with a small minority of businesses supporting this approach. But we recognized that safety on our 2.5-meter sidewalks was imperative, and we did it. And we learned a lot, good and bad, and we adjusted in the following year. And now it's something that businesses are asking us to continue doing. We created a Support Local campaign, and we used a logo made by a local artist in 2020. We rebated patio, we offered rebates for patio, in-street patio permitting, and created signage for physical distancing. And again, a lot of work for comms and other departments in this place. In 2021, we again pedestrianized Main Street. We created permitting process and white lines so that people did not expand beyond that area and create a safe zone for emergency services. On a dime, thanks to Ms. Smitters, we shifted from and created a patio on private property permitting process as the province announced a 2-day notice for shifting from indoor dining to outdoor dining only. We again forgave in-street patio permitting fees, and we launched another Find More in Canmore and Bide in the Bow campaign in partnership with the Chamber of Commerce in Boda. The funds also went to create support programs, and the list is long. We started off with webinars, bringing in local expertise, trying to connect with our local industry leaders, and how to apply for grant funding. What do you need in these complex programs that were initially brought out? They got simplified a little bit over time, but initially when the federal government brought them out, there was a lot that was required of our business owners in order to submit. We worked with the Bow Valley Chamber of Commerce, and we funded the Bow Valley Restart Fund. And 39 total grants were given, 35 of those were in Canmore. We created the Patio on Private Property Program, Main Street Pedestrian Zone Permit, Safe Spaces Grant, Business-to-Business Voucher Program, which was dual in its approach. It allowed business owners to contract local expertise in IT, accounting, marketing, wherever they needed help, mental health. And so the funds were actually doubled. You're supporting a local business and you're supporting a local professional services person in the delivery of that. We brought that back in 2021, and this was a little bit outside of the pandemic response budget. This was a separate capital budget. But I think it's important to note as well is the e-commerce focus as businesses shifted to new markets and needed to attract new customers that were not located within the Canmore. And then we did a grant writing one.
and we got 0 applications for that one. That was based, again, on the business impact survey, where people said, we don't have time, we don't have knowledge, we don't have expertise. The not having time was evident because nobody applied for. So we shifted that to more other resiliency programming. And then in 2021, we did the Smart Start rebate. So that was part of our economic development strategy to offer training for e-commerce startups, or no, not e-commerce startups, for business startups or businesses within their first couple of years. And we recognized that even in the pandemic, for some of them, that was their opportunity. This was their now, from shifting to being an employee to shifting to be an employer. And how can we set them up for success? And there is no greater time to know that you're setting yourself up for success and know what it's going to cost to operate your business than during a global pandemic. And we had 13 of the 15 students graduate the program and receive the rebate. We ran a number of Support Local campaigns, and you might remember seeing some of these out there. Support Local campaign in 2020. We had an Open for Business online directory, again during, I think, wave 3 of the pandemic. Who's open? What are they doing? What are they offering? And we worked with local community groups in order to provide that online. And then the Find More in Canmore campaign. And this is really a success story. Initially, the funding was coming all from the pandemic response, but the Chamber was able to access, through the Alberta Chambers of Commerce, funding to do an elaborate campaign that included bingos, videos, and other community initiatives to support our local business community. And we talked about, in the initial report to Council, sector-specific. So where are those gaps in the funding that we're seeing from the federal government? And our arts and cultural industry really fell through the gaps. Because artists generally don't get compensated well for the time that it takes to do their art, it was also hard for them to apply for grants and to showcase the actual loss of income and the actual loss of money. We also noticed a kind of a tear down in community fabric when it's them against us. It's the pros and the believers and the not believers. And Arts and Events did a great job at looking at how can we build community, how can we build connection, how can we support an industry group in this process. And the Building Neighborhoods Builds Community campaign was launched, which supported, I should have had this in front of me, I think over 10 artists in creating a community project throughout our community that engaged different members, and I think over 250 community members participated in one way or another through that initiative, and was brought back again in 2021 as well. And then the banner project, which was dual. Our banners downtown were a little ragged, were a little worn and torn. And then we had the TIP 20, which created an opportunity as well. And the TIP 20 was not funded through the pandemic response, that was funded through that project. But it created an opportunity, again, support local artists, do a call, create some vibrancy, that shop local, that resiliency in a way that didn't require people per se to gather. And last but not least, we're not done, because the pandemic, in some way, shape, or form, is still here. So we used some of the funds to support the Digital Services Squad, which is a regional collaboration between Community Futures Centre West, the City of Airdrie, the Town of Cochrane, Kananaskis ID, Crossfield, and Rockyview County, to provide small businesses with supports to improve their online presence. The project is funded in most by the province of Alberta, Business Link and Digital Main Street, and contributions from the partnering communities. And it runs until March of 2023, helping small businesses create and improve their online presence. We've partnered with the Bow Valley Chamber of Commerce on the delivery of a peer mentorship program. We meet monthly through 2022 to facilitate discussion and peer support and build relationships in resiliency. And this was something that really came up in the early stages of the pandemic as something that was successful coming out of the 2023 floods. And although not funded or part of this funding bucket, we are bringing Financially Fierce Boot Camp to our community on March 1st. In the business resiliency or business impact survey, one of the trends that we are seeing is the lack of understanding of their financial status, how to move their finances forward of our local business communities, specifically in our smaller businesses. So how do we build resiliency and how do we offer support? So we had, that session is on March 15, and it's a 3-hour boot camp. And we did a pre-session in February on just a wake-up call about your personal finances. And I've received 4 or 5 emails from Canmore businesses that attended that said, I wish I would have known this when I started my business. And so we're hoping to see that continue on into the future. And that, in short, is what we were up to in economic development in the last 2 years.
Thank you, Ms. McLett, and it's been a lot, and certainly your efforts and the efforts of across the town to pivot and respond is really appreciated. And I know some businesses in particular are very, very grateful for that. So thank you. Looking to council if there are any questions about this report. Councillor Faubert.
Surprise. Thank you, Ms. McLett, for your presentation. I have 2 questions. The first one is, what is the greatest challenge facing our local economy moving forward into the future?
Labor.
Labor?
And so when we talk about labor, we're not talking just the attraction, because Canmore is an easy sell. It's the retention of your labor.
Okay.
It's the addition of accessible housing and supports. It's the mental health of our current labor force that have been balancing multiple jobs. So it's a bigger picture than just saying labor. But hopefully, as part of the recovery work, we're going to dig into that piece a little bit more in the coming years.
And there is a recovery strategy?
Correct.
But you also had a new economic development strategy approved late February 2020. Do we even remember that?
I do, and we've been able to weave in some of those objectives through this process as well. So it's not, I wouldn't say that it's been collecting dust. It's an active part, and the lens through which we look at a lot of programs is saying, okay, there's a bigger picture of diversification of our local economy, and then there's the recovery piece, and I think we've managed to filter those through each other.
Yeah, and I was wondering, similar to the question I asked Ms. Ludwig from Tourism Canmore, like, do we need to update our strategy given that the last 2 years may have changed it, or is it still in line with the objectives and the vision? It's just maybe how we get it done, and we have another strategy in terms of recovery to supplement it.
I think our approach is to build on that strategy and say, okay, where do we need to tweak? And a part of the recovery work is to tweak and to say, okay, what is now imperative for our local business community? The Recovery Task Force, I think, did an excellent job of creating a Canmore approach to those things. We will review that. We do review that on an annual basis, say, are we still on target? And are we still in line with that and moving that forward? So I think we look at it frequently. It is there for planning purposes, and often when the plan around you changes, your approach changes as well.
Yeah, and I want to commend you and your department and all the town of Canmore and the work that was done in this realm. I don't know if people realize that 67 newsletters is a lot, but you also reached almost like a majority of our businesses to support them. And sometimes in the madness, having one place to go for information is what you need. So I think you were that for people, so thank you.
Thank you.
I had a question about the Buy Local campaigns, which are fabulous, pandemic or non-pandemic. Was there explicit inclusion of encouraging people to buy local when it comes to trades and contractors and professionals as well? Or is it mostly around retail and restaurant and those sorts of things?
It's both. Buy local is the business-to-business component, and buy local is for your visitor spending and your local spending locally. So the bingo card, as you noticed, did speak about that cross-pollination as well.
Yeah, I had a conversation recently with somebody in the construction industry, and I had suggested that Yobota would be a big part of also sending that message out to its membership too. So I appreciate the efforts that you put into this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Ma.
Thank you so much, Ms. McLeod. Of the 60 businesses that closed, what sectors were those predominantly, if you had a rough breakdown on that?
I wish I would have prepared for that question, Councillor Ma.
No problem.
I will circle back. I have that list, and I can circle back. Off the top of my head, I'm going to say the majority were in hospitality and in sports and recreation.
Okay, great. And of the survivors that were coming through, any insight on which sectors are kind of trying to ramp up or having the hardest time on the recovery as well? Like
I
same
think the
ones, or-
longer-term recovery really is within our sports and recreation, arts and culture, and again, hospitality and tourism, just because of the cost and the waves, and generally, that's where the impact of most of the closures has hit.
Yeah, okay. And just finally, I just wanted to say thank you for all the work that you guys did. Like, I have a business that you guys helped out immensely, and the pandemic was a crushing time, but we also did probably 5 years of business development within the insanity of the pandemic, and was completely for your guys' help to make that possible. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Ms. McLeod. Who would have known that what you would have done with the $280,000 we gave your department with the surplus in 2020?
I was under budget, by the way.
And then who would have known the years before when we actually hired you how important this role would have been? Like it's like having a crystal ball. So I don't think much of us of the previous council kind of knew what we were doing when we stuck our hands in the air in favor of that day, but it was the right move, definitely. And I just wanted to comment on the Financially Fierce thing. Program. I think that is really important as the spouse of somebody who has a small business. The one thing that he's always struggled with is 6 days being in the weeds in construction, and on the 7th day having to be a bookkeeper, and how impossible that is to shift your mind that way. So I think that's a great plan, especially with the sheer number of small businesses that we have in Canmore. I'd like to ask you some questions about the mental health of our workforce. I know that as a small town politician, I know that many of us have struggled with our mental health during these last 2 years, but we haven't had it anywhere near what the frontline staff of our community have. And I was wondering if there's any plans from your department moving into the recovery. And I don't know if we're there yet in recovery. I think we're still floating up to see what the coming months bring. But if there's any ideas or any plans, not necessarily just in Canmore, but regionally in your circles, about discussion around the mental health of the workforce, and what government and business can do hand in hand to try and address some of that.
Yeah, great question. We've had ongoing conversations with our CSD team as well, as that's an area that they focus on. We've lobbied other levels of government to recognize that it's not just families that need support. It's also young adults who have been balancing and trying to juggle the realities and the shifts in income and the process. I think it's a crisis in the making, more so than we have seen in the last 2 years, and something that we definitely should be watching. In economic development, what we will be looking at is how do we empower employers to provide a healthy and, I guess, restorative workplace that allows people to not take on the stress of the financial situation that the business owners are in, but creates a safe place, a place where they can feel that they are supported, that they are welcomed, that they are appreciated for the work and efforts. And I think that's, as a business owner, a simpler way to support your workforce is that appreciation piece. And then there's the programming outside that for where do people go when they're in crisis, where do they go when they need help, who do they call? And that supersedes a little bit of my work, but there's other departments and other entities that we can collaborate with, and we have collaborated with throughout the pandemic on this.
Great, thanks. I was wondering if, in your conversations with businesses, knowing that we're deeply understaffed, and as we look summer in the eye, it's going to be tough. there's a point where a business owner has to say, that's it, I don't have the people, I'm closing. Has there been conversations among the business community about how to do that strategically as opposed to reactively with the workforce that they have so that they don't find themselves burned out in the first month of the season?
I'm not aware, but I'm sure that these conversations have been had. There's been conversations around labor pooling. If you have a busy season in this, can I pull some of your staff when you don't have an event or a tour guide or something happening? So some of those types of conversations have been happening. Lots of questions around our Safe Park program and our housing initiatives and what's coming down the pipeline, where can I find staff accommodation? So employers are recognizing that that is a piece. We have employers subsidizing wages heavily by paying fully for the accommodations of their staff as a means to kind of compensate on that living wage piece. But it's a complex issue. It's a global issue.
Yeah.
And as much as we want to say it's a Canmore issue, it's not. Globally, you see labor shortages everywhere. And so the growing conversation is, as well as, what are the pieces that can be automated? What are the processes that we can make less labor intense to allow us to use the labor that we do have more effectively and more efficiently? And so that's what we're looking at, as well as how do we bring that knowledge to our business communities and help them establish new processes and adapting new technology in order to reduce the labor needs, because it's just a lack of labor. It's not that there's not enough jobs. There's just lack of people.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the work that your department has done and the amount of blood, sweat, and tears that you personally have put into this. I know that this is not the thing you expected coming to the town of Canmore when you first started with us. I know that you are out there talking to business every single day, and I am really proud to work with you. So thank you very much.
Just one thing I would note is just to bring your attention, on page 12 of your report, in the first quote under feedback from business, it says, since the website update, we have now over 2% of our orders coming through our website. I'm sure it must be something like 25 or something like that. Percentage, because it goes 2%. So I just guessed it was going to be 5 because that's the shift key on 5. So, but which is of course incredible, and it will strengthen the report just to note that. So I just note that, and now I call on Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Ms. McLeod. I too will reiterate the heroic work that you've done this last couple of years. As a small business owner, I've got to witness it directly, and thank you very much. I think it's been dynamic being a small business owner, but being an economic development officer, I think is probably even more dynamic. So thank you for the incredible work you and your department have done this past while. I wonder if you could speak a little bit to the downtown pedestrian zone. We went from, this is a terrible idea, we never, ever, ever want to do it, to we kind of have to do it, to we're Europe. We've now funded another year of it. Banff has funded 2 years of it to give their businesses some certainty. I wonder if you could speak to the vision of the downtown core and the pedestrian zone, and yeah, what are businesses saying? What do you think we should do? How do we support that area even more?
I don't know if you want to hear what I think.
I always want to hear what you think.
I was raised in Holland, so that should be a good indicator on where I land on that conversation. But I think more importantly, we went from this will never work to I've had the best years ever in my business. Yes. For some, not all. I will recognize that there are those that this is not the ideal, and for some this has been an amazing opportunity and is what's keeping them alive. So I think doing the program, the area redevelopment plan, with planning will allow us to really dig into the data. We did a business visitation program in 2020 to talk to downtown businesses, and we pounded the pavement and we talked and we thought, what is working, what is not working. So the program was tweaked in 2021 as a result of those conversations. That is really where we start hammering, and it will be interesting to see what it looks like when we're not under COVID restrictions, and how that will impact, and how adding international travelers to the conversation will shift that approach. My guess, and this is preemptive to that work by planning, is that we'll see that there's a strong support, both by community, by visitors, and for the business community to make this a permanent seasonal closure. And then it will be interesting to see how we adapt our downtown to accommodate the shifting of traffic around that more effectively. We've been essentially band-aiding this together as a means to provide physical distancing, and now it's more about what does vibrancy look like. And we definitely did not have the budget Banff had attached to this, which far exceeded what's in my little bucket.
50,000, if I remember?
50,000 to do all the work associated with the closure.
And Banff spent about?
It was in the hundreds. Yeah.
But
But they have a different funding. So we offered free permitting process throughout the pandemic. They have been charging for the permitting, so that's another way to generate revenue. That will shift this year, where we are applying permitting fees to outdoor setups within the process, and it's a shift that needs to be made. There is a cost associated to doing this, but hopefully we can do more in regards to pageantry and vibrancy and creating that space of engagement with our visitors and our residents.
Yeah. Just on Councillor McCallum's point of mental health, one of the best things I did by accident for my business was only open 4 days a week. I was 6 days a week. When I reopened for 4. I've only recently gone to 5, reluctantly. And I would encourage businesses that are having labor problems to look at reduction of hours. Plain and simple. It was great for mental health. It was great for business. My bottom line increased substantially. I was one of the few lucky ones, or I was one of the lucky ones. Yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. McClellan, for your time and your presentation today. Mr. Soto, suggestions?
Yes, Mayor Krausert, I would suggest, because there were multiple presenters for the paid parking presentation, we thought we could go through the administrative items, starting with the councillor updates and admin reports, and then take a break and do the paid parking after lunch.
Great. Sounds good to me. So we will proceed to see if we can cover maybe E and F and maybe G before we break for lunch, and then we'll come back for the paid parking program. So turning now to the council updates. We'll start with mine. Are there any questions arising from my update? Seeing none, let's move to Councillor Faubert. Any questions on Councillor Faubert's update? Seeing none. Councillor Graham, how come no report?
I will put in nothing to update if I have nothing to update in the future.
Yeah, it's just good to get into the practice.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate that. Did you have anything you wanted to mention now, though? No?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Moving to Councillor Hillstad. Any questions on Councillor Hillstad's report? What on Councillor Ma's report? I had just one, maybe it's a comment, just on the additional items. I'm not certain that we should get into the habit of just reporting on on certain conversations and stuff. Referring to admin is good because that's operational. if there's potentially a loophole, I would suggest you pursue that and ask, and then make some decisions around there if you'd like to pursue something or not, rather than just sort of leaving it out there. But I hear what you're saying. Yep, yep. Any questions, Councillor Ma? Okay, oh, I'm sorry, I missed people logging in here, actually, just a second. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. Councillor Ma, how goes the hunt to replace Beth Vandervoort, who was a force? That has got to be some tough boots to fill.
I spoke with Beth a couple of days ago. And
Is she enjoying retirement?
Well, she's not really retired
no.
because she's still working.
She's
still doing the updates. She's still juggling the BIA stuff. And so the hunt is still continuing. So be gentle with Beth if you see her.
Oh, I would be totally gentle with Beth. I'll bring
Yeah.
her some wine maybe, or a nice coffee.
No, she's still grinding it out, and they're still trying to find someone.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks for that question. Councillor Mera, is there any questions for Councillor Mera's report? Councillor Faubert.
All coming at you, Councillor Mera. Bow Valley Regional Housing. Phase 2, this is home project. Is the building occupied with residents, or is it only partially occupied, and depending on the type of support level?
The new building you're talking about?
Yeah.
It is not occupied. No, we're currently trying to retain someone to operate the building, and it's through Alberta Health Services. So the building is going through the deficiencies right now, and we are also still looking and working with someone to facilitate or do the running of the health services part of the building.
Wouldn't that be AHS? How does that work?
I'm not sure exactly how it works, but Alberta Health Services would make all the requirements and what needs to be done and the staffing, where we would be the operational, the Bow Valley Regional Housing would be the operational, like the cleaning, that sort of support services.
Oh, okay, and then the
There
bills?
is, whoops, sorry.
Oh, no, you go.
There currently is somebody that they are in negotiations with.
Okay. So before residents can move in, there has to be health service operations in place.
Yes.
The building itself, though, in terms of being complete, is there anything missing or that is still being worked on?
There's still working on the generator.
Oh, a generator?
Yes, there's some funding initiatives that we're working with the province on. So we're...
So the province funded a building for seniors with healthcare needs, but didn't include funding for a generator?
Correct.
That sounds about right. Thanks.
But other than that, once the deficiencies are done, it's just a matter of putting management and health services in place.
I look forward to celebrating this facility
So
opening.
do I, and so does Councillor McCallum, who's been working on it for many years, so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for those questions. Any other questions for Councillor Mera? Turning to Councillor McCallum's report, any questions for Councillor McCallum? Yeah. Well, coming right off of the, so the holiday season stuff, and there were a lot of cancellations or meetings that were not had, and keeping in mind that we have to submit these reports like 2 weeks before, so we're still in January, so I think there was some lean things across the board. All right. We will now move to the administrative updates. Pull it up here. And we'll go section by section. Looking first in ACAO's office. Any questions under A? Turning to section B, municipal services. Any questions there? Seeing none. I have a question under see. Under 1B, where would you like to go, Ms. Rogers? Over there? Okay. Under 1B there is, it talks about the workplace health safety procedures as with respect to COVID-19. And I was just wondering, are there any concerns arising with the removal of the restriction exemption program? And have we seen any changes, positive or negative, with that happening?
No concerns. We did remove the restriction exemption program in recreation the day following the provincial announcement at Elevation Place, and it was, I think, quite, and the rec center, fairly straightforward and seamless. We are still following the staging that the province has set out as far as staffing is concerned. So the return to work date will be announced once hospitalization numbers are clear. I think tentatively planned for March 1st, but that's dependent upon what actually transpires with hospitalizations. And then we'll look at staging return to the office following that to give staff time to get back to work.
Just on that, I'm just curious. Obviously, over the last 2 years, a whole bunch of different work habits, processes have been explored, implemented, some work, some don't. Do you see a change in how, if it is back to work, or when it is back to work, do you see some changes in how people work? Will there be more possibilities to work at home for some times or others? Or?
Yep, we absolutely anticipate that landscape changing permanently. We have put in place a corporate directive that speaks to hybrid work. One of the things that we have identified with our teams is that connection with the workplace and connection with colleagues is really critically important. And so we've built in processes and expectations around coming into the workplace at some points. We're currently looking at minimum a day a week. And then for managers and supervisors really to be here predominantly so that they're able to provide coaching and leadership and support for staff. But certainly that the workplace has changed permanently.
There's new balances have to be reached because some people can work, but also then how does it work with, avoid being in silos and all of that sort of thing, right? So thank you for that. Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you. Under finance, which says here that we were unsuccessful in getting getting most of our money back from Innovate Canmore. Are they even still around, or have they? Okay. So I was just curious if they're
I didn't hear.
The Innovate Canmore that. Yeah. So we've had to send that just over $19,000 to bad debt. We've been unsuccessful, including with collection agency, in getting any of that money returned.
But they are still operational.
Sounds like it, yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ms. Rogers, back to the question around C1B. So after March 1st, masking will no longer be a thing in places, according to the Premier. How will these changes affect our corporate directive with regards to vaccination of staff and employees? And has there been any consideration in keeping staff masked at the workplace, or is that going to be a personal choice?
We will be reevaluating both of those items as we progress through these stages that the province has set out. And we really start with the focus of what's our obligation for employee and public health and safety. And review how decisions around vaccination and masking actually impact employee safety in the workplace. So I would say it's a bit soon to comment on that. We'll certainly provide an update in next month's report once we know a bit more.
And my next question was similar to Councillor Hillstead with regards to Innovate Canmore. Will this action or lack of action on their part sort of color our willingness to work or partner with them in the future?
I'm not sure I'm the best person to answer that question.
Sorry.
Ms. DeSoto.
You look important. I don't know.
I think that will really be up to council to
Council.
decide. It was a partnership established by council and a grant approved by council, with the hope that the work that Innovate Canmore was doing would have repercussions in helping to diversify some of the sectors of the economy. So, yeah, it would be great if we could maybe get an update from Innovate Canmore on how they're working or what they're working on moving forward.
I will send you the email that I just got.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Great, thank you. Councillor Ma?
Okay. Ms. Rogers, with the hybrid workforce, what's the appetite of the staff coming back? I imagine, is there a spectrum where some people are like, I want to be here all the time, like, I don't want to come in at all?
Yes.
Just curious if there's any resistance or where are we at?
There is the full spectrum for sure. We do have a small number of employees, I think, who would be quite happy not to work remotely almost exclusively. But definitely a spectrum, and a spectrum on comfort level as well, as you would see generally in society. Some hesitancy, but with staff I have spoken to, most are really quite excited about being able to be back with colleagues, even on a part-time or part-time basis, just that connection with colleagues, much like I think we're finding today in this meeting. Much better to be in person than virtual when we can. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Ms. DeSoto?
I was just hoping to supplement Ms. Rogers' answer on that, because we've had quite a lot of discussion about the new normal in working environments and whether or not we would move to a full remote work option. But we're also cognizant of the fact that the town of Canmore is sought after as a local employer. We won Best Employer in the Best of the Bow, and we would love our workforce to remain local. If we go to a full remote opportunity, then we, would potentially have people living outside of the community more often. So, in addition to having the desire to connect and make sure that teams aren't siloed, we want to make sure that we attract and retain a local workforce.
And whether introvert or extrovert or whichever way you prefer to work, there's also a vibrancy that comes when people come together. And I think that's very important for culture. So, thanks for that. Any other questions on Section C? Seeing none, we'll move to Section D. Councillor Faubert.
I have a question about extended producer responsibility. Does administration have a position on what would be best for the town of Canmore in terms of the way the province moves forward with this?
Ms. Smithers.
Is this going to be close enough? Can you guys hear? Yeah, microphone's picking up. Not at this point, no. We're really waiting until we see what comes from the province, so we have something to respond to.
Okay. Awesome.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right.
If I may, just in municipal infrastructure, I do have an update to an update.
Oh, breaking news?
I like to keep you on your toes. Engineering services, so 2A capital updates with regard to TIP 20 and the signal cabinet. The last update, I had said we were planning to have installation in February. That is now going to be March, just to avoid the busy Family Day weekend and school break week. We didn't want to be interrupting
Makes sense.
the intersection, just given the high volume of traffic we anticipate. So that will be in March.
Great, thank you. That makes sense. Oh, I'll ask a follow-up question on that then. Somebody was asking me the other day, how are the lights going to be lowered by 2 feet, being concerned that the poles were going to have to be replaced. And I guessed that it was some sort of an accessory part that would come down from the crossbar with the lights on them. How close was I?
Fairly close. I believe it's components, so it's, they can just drop that bar down.
Great, thank you. Yep. Councillor Ma.
Ms. Smitters, when it comes to doing that install for the new signal box, what's the downtime for that? Like 2 days, 5 days, or just how much disruption, in case people ask?
I'm not sure. It's a good question, though, so I'll make sure that we work with our communications team so that we can push out information on what people can expect for disruption.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions on section D? Seeing none, turn to the council resolution tracking list. Any questions around that? Section. I can advise that with regards to a letter to Alberta Health Services pursuant to council resolution there on the EMS ambulance shortage, that's in the works. I know that the province has announced 10 points and a committee that's been appointed. We certainly want to encourage their work in that regard, but we also have concerns that we'd like to reiterate, and we're going to be taking the opportunity to make sure that all of the committee understands our concerns as well. And while EMS presenters indicated that Lake Louise was next on the docket for a new ambulance, given the amount of growth in Canmore since resources were last updated, we're going to be making the request that at the same time we should be getting another ambulance in Canmore. So that I expect by next COW we'll be able to cross off that resolution. Any other comments or questions around the resolution action list? Councillor Hillstead.
With regards to the property tax exemption, the very first one, was that the one you wanted to eliminate at our previous council meeting?
Yeah, so that's going to be, I can speak to that one. On March 1st, we're going to have some bylaws come to us as we requested with respect to the tax exemptions, and there will also be a motion at that time to remove, I think it's rescind that one.
Okay, thanks.
Great. Thank you. Good question. Anything else? All right. Now we've added in the correspondence sections. Actually, let me just ask council a question. I know we've just got a couple minutes. We're going to break for lunch. Around the councillor updates, there is then the sort of addendums or things added. Does that work for everyone to have it in that format? Thumbs up? Yeah? Okay, good. And now the correspondence, there's actually 7 items of correspondence there. I love the addition of correspondence. Does anybody have any questions that they would like to ask with respect to the correspondence? And keep in mind that there's 7, not the 4 that's on the agenda cover. Councillor Faubert?
I don't really have a question. I
Yep.
just have a little comment.
Okay.
And I'm really grateful for this, and I think it's amazing. But I want to point out the irony that the first correspondence is our report on how we've reduced red tape, and within this correspondence are two letters or reports about additional red tape or hoops that we as a municipality have to go through as a result of the province. So I think that we're doing the work, and I'd like to see the government that's preaching the work doing the work as well. So thank you for including those.
Okay. Thanks. Councillor Ma?
Thanks for the correspondence, administration. For the report on red tape, there's a section on what steps have been taken to make it easier to start up a new business in the municipality. I was curious why we didn't add the 4th box, because I think recently we just did something where we recognized business licenses across, say, the MD, Bighorn, et cetera. Yeah.
Mr. Soto?
We want to save something to report on next year.
Gotcha. High five, buddy. High five.
Ms. Rogers might have a better answer than that. And we just did it this year, so that was the last year's report.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
And that was in place too, so, and it's a renewal of something that was there. So this does speak to, I think, perhaps to new steps too, right? So, yeah, good question. Any other questions around the correspondence? All right, seeing none, let us break for lunch. Should we come back at 12:50 as per the agenda? That's when people will probably be showing up. All right, so we'll break until 12:50, and then we will have our pay parking program, and then we'll move into in-camera items after that. So thank you, everyone. Have a good lunch. All right, welcome back, everyone. Hope everybody had a good lunch. We will now move on to item D3, paid parking program update, a verbal report, and I'm looking to Mr. Asarte and Entourage.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. All right, Entourage. I'm here today with Adam Robertson, Communications Advisor, Greg Burke, Bylaw Services Supervisor on behalf of Caitlin Miller, who's the Manager of Protective Services. I believe Caitlin's attending virtually but can't be here in person today. We have both Carla Reinhardis, Accounting Supervisor, and Chelsea Richardson, Finance Manager, here with us today as well. So
you got the whole gang together?
The whole gang.
All right.
Big team effort.
Yeah.
All right. I'll be providing an overview of details for the 2022 parking program, including implementation of pay parking and new regulation in and around the town center. I'll cover program goals, a new resident pass system to replace last year's Quarry Lake pass system, and discuss details of the program. Changes to the program based on learnings from Quarry Lake, as well as from Banff, led us to a new platform, which will provide a number of benefits, and we'll touch on that as well. And lastly, we'll touch on next steps, just how it'll roll out. So I always like to start these presentations by referencing our integrated parking management plan. This document was prepared by Todd Littman of the Victoria Transport Institute back in 2018 through some pretty extensive engagement. And this continues to serve as our strategic guide for all aspects of parking management in the community. The plan references the vision, goals, and guidelines of the Municipal Development Plan and the Integrated Transportation Plan. And that provides us with strategic guidance that's consistent and in line with our community values. It's also important to put into context that pay parking and regulation are two of many strategies identified in the parking management plan to manage parking. These strategies also include creating equitable options to walk, cycle, take transit, encouraging shared parking, and unbundled parking, which is just to say people pay for what they use in developments, and reconsidering the concept of parking minimums in development. That said, pay parking and regulation are two of the most effective at helping meet our goals in that they promote efficient use of public and private parking, improve customer experience by making parking available in prime locations and at prime times, make sure that high-value parking is used for high-value uses. These strategies support goals around travel demand management. They help manage congestion by reducing the amount of time people spend hunting for parking in the town center. That's been shown to be up to 30% of your congestion in city centers. It encourages uptake of walk, cycle, and transit options, reduces congestion on arterial networks, and through this we can create space for other activations. The program provides revenue for enforcement, parking maintenance, funds fare-free transit as approved by council. It's funded transit service increases for this year. That's increased hours and frequency on our local routes. It's proposed to fund a new route up to Quarry Lake, Canmore Nordic Center, and Grassy Lakes. And this can also fund investments in locations where funds are collected. And rather than being an economic drag, this has been shown to actually boost vitality of town centers and acted to revitalize town centers through programs such as this. Free parking isn't free. There are high land and development and parking construction costs, costs of enforcement, maintenance, and loss of tax base. And this translates into higher taxes. And so residents, businesses, and visitors are paying for all of this parking and land indirectly through higher taxes, leading to increased rents, increased costs of goods and services. Parking has other costs, societal costs, in terms of land use. The amount of space taken up, if you look from satellite shots, our own town center is a good example, but look in and around stadiums and city centers throughout North America. And that all contributes to increased traffic. And so this is leading to a shift in the way that communities are thinking about parking, from thinking that parking problems mean inadequate parking supply to looking at supply as being maybe inadequate, maybe there's too much parking supply, maybe prices are too low for parking, maybe prices are too high, and certainly in a lot of areas, inefficient use of parking is a significant problem. We have approximately 6 parking stalls for every motor vehicle and very high motor vehicle ownership. And so how do we effectively and efficiently utilize all of that parking space? The integrated parking plan also looks at a number of ways that this is shifting for societies. Looking at transportation differently. It's not just everybody driving, and that land use dispersion is acceptable. So mixing uses is acceptable, and this idea that we have dispersed automobile-dependent development, that paradigm shifting. So people are recognizing these impacts of parking requirements and looking at parking quite differently. Prior to launch at Quarry Lake, we had significant public engagement, an online engagement process, and that led to the Quarry Lake Resident Pass, which was a big departure from how that originally was proposed to roll out. We've had a year of operational experience with the parking system and with Quarry Lake, and have also spent a lot of time speaking with our neighbors in Banff who have led the way with their pay parking program in their town center. And so through those learnings, we've come with a number of changes to what was proposed now a number of years ago, prior to delays, and foremost of which is a Canmore Resident Pass. And as I said at the start, this would replace in entirety the Quarry Lake Pass system. And this would be a new pass that allows for 3 hours of parking in any pay location in the community. You would start and stop sessions through an application or at a pay machine. You can easily extend your time. You only need to use what you'd like to use and can use that over multiple sessions. So very much the same implementation as we saw in Banff through their system. Eligibility would be for any full-time residents, and there would be a shift to use of vehicle registration. And so as opposed to linking it to a household, linking it to a vehicle, and provided you can demonstrate residency in the community, your vehicle can be registered for a pass. This would include as well part-time residents who would be able to demonstrate ownership of property here, and something like registration matching the mailing address for tax purposes or some other link between their tax roll and their vehicle registration could be used. The program also allows for registering vehicles within our business registry, whether they have shorter term permits or longer term permits, they can register, as well as for transitional seasonal employees or people who are moving to the community and haven't quite updated their registration, there are shorter term permits. So this is all very much in line with how Banff eligibility has worked. Within the town center, we're proposing an expanded RPP zone. This has somewhat reduced the stall count for paid parking. There would be no paid parking within residential areas. We've limit it to commercial-facing blocks and the off-street parking areas. We'd maintain 15-minute loading zones and short-term parking and maintain free accessible stalls within the town center. And this is what it looks like within the map. All of the areas in green are within the town center would be pay parking, and the areas in blue are outside of the town center are 9-hour short-term, or sorry, 9-hour parking stalls with short walking distances to the town center. There's about 200 stalls shown there with an average of 5-minute walking distance. Anywhere within the town center, residents can use their resident pass to park for free by starting their session. There's no need to stop. And we're presently locating what will be 12 pay machines as part of the implementation. So working with the vendor to appropriately locate those. Ideally, the majority will be solar, but in some instances, they may need to be hardwired depending on sun exposure. We are, with a new platform, a new vendor and a new platform, it's a modern system, and that's going to provide us with significant flexibility to adjust times and rates. We'll propose those to be fixed to start and then over time monitor. And so those can be adjusted to support our goals. One of the more common requests we've received over the years, and we believe that we'll hear it again this year, is a request from residents, business owners, and employees to be able to purchase some form of monthly pass to be able to park in some areas of the town center. And long-term storage of vehicles in prime parking is something that we're looking to discourage, so we're looking to balance that. There are options for the majority of folks to be able to park and walk. We have important mode shift goals we're trying to accomplish, so balancing how many exceptions to the program are made needs to be considered. And we won't be able to accomplish those goals if we're catering to every individual circumstance. We're also trying to create the conditions in which this large stock of private parking within the town center is more efficiently used. A lot of it is assigned parking. You'll see it empty during peak times. Maybe it's full in the evening in some locations and vice versa in other locations. And so is there a way that this large stock of private parking can be incentivized to be more efficiently utilized in brokering systems are seen elsewhere where a BIA or a similar entity will actually broker between private businesses, parking rentals and leases and those sorts of things. All that said, we recognize that pass systems can address specific needs. For example, shared fleet vehicles like the ones that the town uses can help significantly reduce parking demand, but also those cars require places to be stored. And there may be cases where time is needed for businesses and residents to adapt to the new system. And to adapt to the removal of what's been an abundant amount of free available parking for them to use in their personal life and in their business operations. We do feel that with pricing strategies, we can influence the economics to address the concern over mode shift over time. So you can set the rates for a monthly pass to address demand and look to move mode shift. So we think that those pricing strategies can in part address some of those earlier concerns. So as a result, we are working with the vendor, and this is quite new, to explore options ahead of launch and to understand potential impacts on revenue of that. And so this piece is subject to some future update. In setting pricing, there are a number of principles in the plan. You want to charge directly rather than indirectly. We aim to set prices to maintain an optimal level of use. So you want to see something like 80 to 90% of the parking utilized at all times. You want to use convenient and efficient pay systems and only charge for the time parked. So those last two have been incorporated into the new vendor requirements, and we will see that with that platform. Proposed pricing is $3 peak season, $2 off peak. Again, similar to Banff. Our peak season is based on what we experienced last year in terms of demand. So it's a slightly shortened peak season from Banff's by 15 days on each side. So May 15th to October 15th versus May 1st to October 30th. Off-peak season, $2, and pricing would be in effect from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Machines in the town center are proposed to be no coin, no cash. Something around 5% of revenues were collected by coin in Banff's system, but it presents an outsized resource load for bylaw to manage that coin collection. And so we're proposing to move to an all electronic system. That said, the machines will have the broadest range of electronic payment options. So it'll include all of Apple Pay, Google Pay, Interact, so full range of payment options. In terms of regulation, looking at prime parking, still having some time restriction on those prime streets, subprime, off-street parking, allowing for longer pay periods for longer-term paid parking. Non-pay options for employees and visitors. Of course, we are one of maybe several dozen municipalities that offer fare-free transit, so that's certainly an option we're looking to encourage, particularly for the thousands of hotel rooms we have, which have very large parking lots that can act as intercept parking for us. So looking to connect by foot, bicycle, any means, and there are other options we're looking at for connecting hotels to the downtown. Those are great opportunities for us. The 200 plus municipal stalls within a short walking distance and the private parking stalls mentioned as well. So businesses can continue to offer their parking for their customers for free. For the Quarry Lake program, we're proposing to maintain pay parking during all park hours. We saw demand taper off towards the end of the season. There could have been a number of reasons for that, but we do feel that providing lower time increments, it was 4-hour blocks last year. We're proposing you can purchase in 2-hour blocks this year, so it would be a minimum $10 charge versus $20. In off-peak, going to straight $2.50 per hour. So off-peak, if you want to go walk your dog, you can do that for $2.50 as a visitor. And for a Canmore resident pass holder, they can use their 3-hour free in that lot. Now, that's shared between Quarry Lake lot and Town Center as well. And so it's a change from last year where it was basically you show up and it's unlimited parking. This is to make it consistent and hopefully intuitive over the two lots. But there may be options in the future to adjust that with the new vendor. Quickly on enforcement, this year council's approved a pay parking coordinator. They will oversee 4 parking ambassadors, and parking ambassador is the title provided to the staff from that group. They'll have both an education and enforcement component to their position, and so they will focus on Quarry Lake, Town Center, and the residential parking zones. And that'll be their area of focus. Enforcement will also come with a new vendor, license plate readers on devices, so there'll be a much more efficient way of doing enforcement than punching in numbers. Enforcement on private property is another common theme we hear from businesses. We will see some spillover into private areas, and so bylaws have been changed in recent years to allow for the municipality to enforce on private property. Ambassadors will be primarily providing education enforcement, as mentioned. Where they see infractions happening on private property, they will provide education. So they won't enforce on the spot. They'll step in and provide education and speak to them about their parking options. Through agreement, if it's requested by a private property owner, they can enter into an agreement, and this agreement will allow bylaw to enforce. That enforcement won't be proactive, and so it'll be similar to Banff, where a property owner can call up. They'll have to provide formally location, vehicle, and as resources are available, enforcement will be undertaken on that private property owner's behalf. Ticketing will be happening. And Greg, Mr. Burke can speak to that more. Okay, new vendor. So Park Plus was excellent to work with. They were very accommodating to our requests. We're quite keen to try to make their platform work with us. However, their software was built on an architecture that was specific to the City of Calgary's needs. It wasn't constructed to be provided as a service to a variety of municipalities and with a variety of requirements. And so while it has worked quite well for a lot of their partners, Sylvan Lake, City of Edmonton, when it came to looking at the specifics of how we wanted to implement in Canmore, we were just bumping into the need to turn into software programmers and develop software, take an architecture and develop it for our unique needs here. Whereas that capability is already developed out in the market in other platforms, and so through an RFP, we have been successful in identifying a new vendor and in the process of an award of a new contract there. And expect that they will be able to work with us on our quite aggressive timeline to get this rolled out this year based on that process. So for those timelines, Quarry Lake, the system's ongoing. We'll transition to the new vendor in May or June as we switch over. We are looking to, as early as possible, launch the Canmore resident pass registration, have that up and running to spread out the workload associated with processing what could be a pretty significant number of permits, and all of this leading to launch of paid parking in the town center in the May-June timeframe. So with that, I will conclude the presentation. There are probably a number of questions and details that I couldn't get into, but we are all here and quite happy to answer and get into the nitty-gritty.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Sarte. Very informative. I know that there'll be questions because it's new. But the first question, and I'm sure we're all interested in this, will we be able to get a copy of your PowerPoint?
Absolutely.
Because it will contain a lot of things. Thank you. I'm going to start with a couple, and then I'll pass it on. Just with regards to registration of your pass, is that something a resident's going to have to do annually then, or is there a period of time? I'm just thinking balancing between making sure that people are in fact still here versus and the administrative toll of going through it every year. So
yeah, that's absolutely it. At this point, time frame hasn't been decided. We did do multi-year for Quarry Lake. I think as we get into the details with the new vendor platform and see what it takes, we can decide what the trade-off is. If it's fairly straightforward to do and easy to apply, having that annual renewal, as you say, is nice. You keep it fresh and make sure it's not falling out of date. But we do see the benefit of having multi-year, so I think that'll be a question for the vendor.
Great, thanks. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mr. Sarte, for your presentation. I have several questions. I'll start at the end of your presentation and work backwards. If you've already registered for a Quarry Lake Park Pass, do you have to register again for this?
You do, and there are a couple reasons for it. One is it's a new vendor, new software, new system, and so we think it's cleaner and less confusing. The other is that we're moving from many forms of documentation for proof of residency and different eligibility as well to using vehicle registration.
Okay.
And so whereas before, you know, it was just quite a different system, so it's cleaner. New eligibility, provide registration, and that would be the basis, so.
Awesome. Right now, a lot of parking downtown is 2 hours. And when we first started talking about paid parking, it was suggested that it would change to 4 hours. But in your presentation, it's 3 hours. Why 3?
Mainly trying to keep some consistency in the area, and so Banff has used 3 hours. There is a lot of flexibility with the system, so if we're finding that there's a preference to stay longer in those prime areas, then we can allow for that. 2 is too short, for sure. 3 is probably a sweet spot. If you look at the 2016 parking study, the vast majority of people are parking under 3. And I think we can address people who want to come and spend a whole afternoon by through signage, directing them to the lots where they have pay options up to 9 hours. So 3 hours lines up with the resident pass. All told, it just felt right. But that said, there was no exact science behind it, and we can always adjust in the future if need be.
Awesome. One more for now. I noticed in the map that the senior center parking was not included. It is town-owned land, even though the facility, there are spots that are somewhat public, spots that are somewhat public evenings and weekends, and Spring Creek Drive. Why not include those?
So it's a good question, and the senior center is quasi-public, I would say. It's a leased facility by an independent group, and they use assigned parking systems. And in general, the strategy is to move away from that type of model, because if it's only available to the senior users and on a Saturday they have no event happening, that parking might sit empty. And I think there have been adjustments to their regulations in recent years to accommodate that to some extent. That said, you know, this is going to be a transition over time. And so how quickly we try to make moves to share parking more broadly, especially as we get into these kind of quasi-partnership areas, is something that probably needs a bit of time and more thought, and to see how things roll out. Spring Creek Drive just doesn't have that much parking. There are a couple spots there, and they're used for the mailboxes. So it didn't feel like a place that needed more regulation or pay parking to manage that demand. It's more of a very short-term use for accessing mailboxes.
I think I mean like all the way into Spring Creek, like all the way to the traffic circle. Everything in Spring Creek that's kind of on the road. I think there's potential there.
Yeah, so certainly that's all prime municipal parking. And our focus for this next step of implementation was the town center, and there were discussions. Another example could be Riverside Park, where there are 20 or 30 stalls that are fronting onto the park side. What we decided is that we would focus the implementation within the town center and have the system be flexible enough to expand out to other areas. So it's always the intent to use this system as a tool to manage parking throughout the community. And so there could be a next step where that's implemented.
Councillor Merrill.
Thank you. Thank you, Andy, Mr. Masardi, for your presentation. I just have a couple of questions. One, regarding the residential parking pass. How many vehicles would you be allowed to have on your system pass-wise?
Yes, this was a bit of a rub last year, and it gets addressed through the using vehicle registration. So if you have multiple vehicles registered to the same address, each of them would be eligible for the Canmore resident pass. So there aren't the same hard limits on passes that we had with the Quarry Lake system.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple other questions. One, I noted Up on the map, I believe it says Mount Rundle Place is in the resident parking pass, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to clarify that, and I appreciate that because I know that's currently a high-use area for motorhomes, and it sort of takes up parking for anybody that lives in there. And another question is, when the system's down, if it ever goes down, do we have someone that would be local, or do we have to pull in somebody from somewhere else to maintain it or fix it?
The request for proposals required that they provide maintenance for a 1-year warranty period, and they've selected a local electrician that would provide that service for us for the first year. Afterwards, the suggestion has been that it's quite easy to do routine maintenance, and they've recommended we have a stock of parts on hand for the pay machines, and so we'll monitor throughout this year, and if that turns out to be the case, perhaps it's something that we take on, but there's always the option to continue with a service agreement to have a local electrician do that work for us.
Thank you. And one last question, if I may. When you were talking about the private parking relationship, now has there been a bylaw passed or needs to be passed to do that?
It's in place now.
It is in place now?
It is.
And it just recently came in, or I'm
We
just
brought
curious?
it in place prior to Quarry Lake parking coming into effect.
Okay. So it allows you enforcement on, if they call,
It
property
does.
owner
So
calls you?
essentially, the way it works is a private property owner would need to enter into an agreement with us. They
Okay.
would assign authorized users to contact us.
Mhm.
If they found a vehicle that was parked illegally and it was signed accordingly, then an officer would respond and either issue a warning or issue a ticket to it. It is important to differentiate the difference between a vehicle that's parked, let's use the church on Main Street, where it's clearly signed, parking for church users only. We have an agreement in place. We go down and they can say, green Honda Civic ABC 123 isn't authorized to be here. We can issue a ticket under the bylaw for that offense. Different than the large box stores where there's time limit restrictions that are put into place. So really want to clarify that we would not be doing time limit enforcement in those areas. The recommendation is for the larger box stores to, if it becomes an issue, to look at some form of private security to help manage that lot. And that's been quite successful in the IGA parking lot in Banff, which is really the largest private property parking lot in downtown Banff, directly adjacent to private parking. So the manager there has informed me that the costs of operating that far offset the costs of losing parking revenues, revenues for his store as a result of taking up parking.
Okay. And just to clarify, if it's a location downtown, they would have to contact the town and make an arrangement to enter into a contract?
It's an agreement.
Yeah. Agreement.
And we have a
Sorry.
package already all set
Agreement,
up,
I
we're
meant.
ready to go.
Sorry, okay.
So just while
Thank
Mr. Burt's at the mic, is there a cost to the business to enter into that agreement?
So there's no cost to enter into the agreement. Officers will respond as time and resources permit.
Right.
And did want to just point out one point on Mr. Sarte's presentation. First of all, the paid parking coordinator, the parking ambassadors, and the part-time parking administrator are all reporting into Caitlin Miller, the manager of protective services. She couldn't be here today. She's watching from home. So really differentiating between the community peace officers working in the bylaw services department, the parking coordinator and ambassadors. And the ambassadors are a seasonal program that operate from May to August. So a 4-month program, similar to what we did last summer. But the community peace officers, myself and under my direction, will continue to support the manager of protective services and the parking coordinator and ambassadors as needed. So we all fall under the protective services umbrella, but again, differentiating between paid parking and community peace officers.
Great.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you, both for your presentation so far. Did we order parking machines from the city for our previous program? And some of those I know didn't get installed because, pandemic hit and we didn't do the downtown paid parking. So what happened to those machines? Did they just take them back, or do we have to, what happened there with that?
So we purchased 8 machines as part of the prior implementation. 2 of them were installed up at Quarry Lake, and 6 are in Calgary sitting in a warehouse. We're in discussions with Park Plus has offered to take them back at a reduced cost, and they are working with their other partner municipalities to see if there's somebody out there that actually needs them and would be otherwise ordering them, to see if we can how we can recoup a maximum amount invested into those machines.
Perfect. My other question is, you were speaking to the vehicle registration, so will businesses get to register their commercial vehicles for this paid parking program? And then beyond that, in like the residential areas where we have parking passes and things, I know there's been some speed bumps there with regard to contractors trying to, they need to park on the street because they're doing a renovation for extended period of time, and just have we streamlined that a little bit more?
So I will get corrected if I'm wrong here. I'm looking for some support. So the intent is that we can use the business registry, and there's annual registry and also shorter term registry to be able to issue permits. For Canmore-based businesses, the intent is that vehicles registered to Canmore businesses would be eligible for the Canmore Resident Pass, and then there will be supplemental. I think what we're looking for is a one-off permit.
Yeah, we're really hoping that this new system will have a little more flexibility for the businesses, so they can park in those areas for an extended period of time. So we'll have to see what the system can do for us, but it was definitely something that we asked them to provide.
Thank you.
Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Mr. Sarte. Could you clarify the user experience for locals? Because I know a visitor will come and they'll go to the machine. When locals register, do they also have to go to the machine, or they can just park the car and just go about and just make sure to get back in time? Or?
An important aspect of the way that the BAMF system was designed, and something that's worked quite well for them, is to have all parking users register, whether they're paid or using a free period. And the goal with that system is to make it as easy as possible to do so that it's not cumbersome for a resident coming down on a regular basis. And so there will be 2 options for doing that. One is your app, you're already registered, and it's a several button touch, and you're in. You can select your time, and then it'll remind you if you need to extend. Otherwise, you can just select in 30-minute blocks, essentially. And so that is quite a slick system, and we think it'll be quite user-friendly. And the other option is if you go up to any pay machine and enter your license plate, which is the first screen, then it will recognize your plate as being registered for the Canmore Resident Pass, and will pop up a different interface than you would get if you were a visitor entering your license plate. And so then it will sync with the system to see how much of your 3 hours you have remaining and provide those options. And of course, you can always select more parking and pay for it through your account as well. So either of those interfaces are designed to be very user-friendly, and it's not pressing a button to select if you're a resident or a visitor. You put in your plate, and the system recognizes that, and so you get an interface that's tailored to you as a customer.
Great. And one more question there, just looking at the map that's up. I know we're not having too much of a skating pond for the rest of this season, but as we move forward towards next year, it looks like a lot of that will be 9-hour. And just curious if this is, we'll be exploring maybe getting a little more turnover for that, just for like rink users. Yeah, and that could just be a seasonal thing. I'm curious.
Yeah, certainly something we could take away and monitor.
All right, awesome. Thank you, sir.
So just to follow up on one of Councillor Ma's questions, what about the resident that comes downtown, going to be meeting with somebody for lunch, and so they plug in an hour, and then they go and, this has never happened to me, but their friend doesn't show up or anything like that, right? And you're sitting there waiting, and then so now, can you cancel it at some point and still get the credit of, let's say, you show back up your car 15 minutes later and you get the credit of that 45 minutes, or once you plug it in, you've used it?
No credit? No credit.
No credit. All right, so plug in half hour and extend by the phone, especially if it's a friend that doesn't show up sometimes. Okay.
That's right.
Yes. Thanks. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Sarte. A few questions. You've called this the Canmore Resident Pass and not the Bow Valley Resident Pass. Considerations to our friends in the MD and town of Banff and what that might look like or might not look like?
Yeah, certainly a big part of the discussion coming out of the Quarry Lake season. We got quite a lot of feedback early on from residents in the Bow Valley wanting to use Quarry Lake and looking for some accommodation. And so in the middle of the implementation, the idea was to get to the end of the season and assess. And so what we've proposed, instead of, there are some challenges with extending a pass throughout the Bow Valley. For one, Banff didn't give us a pass, so.
Fair.
Yeah. But there are some concerns with the extent that the program has opened it up to free parking from a revenues perspective and from a traffic demand management perspective. So we certainly want to take this big step of offering a resident pass and to monitor and see how it rolls out for one. The other is that we've worked to address, to some extent, the costs up at Quarry Lake by reducing the blocks of time. So if you're an MD resident looking to use the park, there's still a payment, but it's half of what it was last year. In off-season, it's down to $250 to walk a dog. But it's really important that we continue to manage travel demand up into that area, because this is a major issue for us and was very acute prior to the program. And so opening it up very broadly at this point to a larger regional base, we would have a lot of concerns with that, reducing the ability to manage all of that demand, and then we're back into a spillover situation. So we think that there's still a need to have that aspect of it. In and around the town center, there are all the parking spaces available from employers. There's free parking within walking distance, 5 minutes on average for a couple hundred stalls. So if you're an employee coming from the MD, we recognize that affordability is important. So providing options for people to park and walk a short distance. 5 minutes feels like a lot here. Mentally, it seems like a long distance, but I mean, in the city, very common to park your car in $300 a month parking and walk for 10, 15 minutes to get to your employer. So that's the proposed implementation, and I know that there are discussions to be had going forward, but for this season to have an initial rollout and to be able to monitor and observe that, this is the plan that's proposed and how we're accommodating that outside demand.
Thank you. If I may, a couple more. The resident pass rollout, will we be able to do that online? Are we coming down to the Civic Center? Can you speak to that a little bit more?
It's an online platform, and so our goal is to make it a little bit more streamlined than last year, which was a two-step process where you applied for your pass, then later input your license plate. So looking at a one-step process and all online. Though I do believe from a customer service perspective, if you come into the Civic Center, there is the option to get support at front desk with applying for your permit.
Thank you. One of the challenges with the intersection was getting parts and vendor issues. Any Any concerns around when our parking machines might show up or might not show up?
Always.
Happy.
I lose so much
It's not the
sleep
answer I
over it.
wanted.
Well, we spoke with the vendor Thursday of last week, and they assured us that they have the ability to get the machines we need for May is what we required them to provide. So, yeah, it's a key part of the program. So certainly something we'll be monitoring closely.
Okay. And lastly, have we got any estimation on revenues yet, or does anybody want to start thinking about that? And
We did have the Canmore Resident Pass already in mind when we prepared operating budgets. And so finance and ourselves, we took a best guess at utilization, what share of use would come from residents, what share would come from paying visitors. We accounted for some reduction in parking stalls due to the pedestrianization, and believe we came up with something that's a realistic projection that was included in the operating budget, and that remains our best guess right now. I don't have the exact numbers, but the operating budget numbers are our best guess.
thank you. I'll pass the mic at this time.
Councillor Faubert.
Thank you. Me again. I just wanted to point something out that was in our agenda for my colleague, Councillor Graham. On page 53 in the mayor's report under intermunicipal committee, the MD has expressed an interest in being part of it, but that's a political request that they make to us as a council, not an administrative function. So I would expect that to be coming to us potentially in the future from them.
Just to clarify on that, the request is being provided to administration for an initial response.
Yeah.
Then there will be follow-up discussion at the intermunicipal committee, and if we can come to some sort of an agreement there, then something would come back here. Otherwise, it may or may not come back to council.
Yeah, so yeah, I would, to our neighbors in the MD, I think that work is being done by your elected leaders to address these issues, so that's awesome. I'd love 3 hours in Banff. I don't know if anyone can do something about that. Back to my question. 7th Street, one half of the street is residential parking only, the other side of the street is paid parking. And the Canmore resident parking permit only side, is that just for residents of that street or for any Canmore resident to park on?
So it's a bit of a philosophical shift from last year's resident permit program, where you needed to apply for a second permit and then manage your visitors to the street, including visitors from the community. We've taken a more open approach in this implementation to say if you have a Canmore resident pass, you can park on Canmore residential streets. Mm-hmm. You do have preferential use of prime parking for up to 3 hours, so preferentially you're going to use that for shorter trips, for example, Quarry Lake, as opposed to parking in Peaks of Grassy. However, if you do decide to park in a residential neighborhood to visit a friend or go for a walk, it's the philosophy that as a Canmore resident, you use Canmore residential streets, and it removes a whole layer of administration for residents around. My neighbor from Cougar Creek's coming up to Peaks of Grassy to visit. Now I got to get them a visitor pass. If you have a Canmore resident pass, you can use a residential street for the 72 hours.
And then will we like retroactively redo the Quarry Lake parking stuff to be under this model?
Correct. Everything will be in a unified system, so there'll be the same rules apply everywhere.
So it'll be a lot easier for Quarry Lake residents to not have to have a pass for visitors.
They'll have a single pass, and there will be a visitor pass system. So if you are in a residential parking permit zone and you have a visitor from the MD or from Calgary, you will be able to apply for a visitor pass for them.
These types of systems exist in large urban centers and are managed well there, correct?
Visitor pass systems?
Yeah, where like you're in there's a commercial area and then there's a side street with residential, and it's like you can't park there, and there's like triangles and circles and Like, do you have this pass or that pass? And
Large and small.
Yeah.
Jasper, Banff, many resort municipalities grapple with this. And so this is the same rule set as Banff, where if you have a Banff pass, you can park in the residential zones there as well.
Awesome, thank you.
I have a question about, I think in a previous discussion with you on the 7th Street Parkade, in the middle of that, there was a free parking zone for the day. Is that an old idea now, then it's gone?
So this is intertwined with the monthly pass discussion. And so looking to address that potential transitional need for parking in the town center, or potential long-term need for parking in the town center beyond the 3 hours.
Right.
And so as a first step, looking at creating some consistency within the town center, so it's payment required, and then considering monthly pass versus free lot.
Right.
And so at this point, you can see the direction we're leaning is towards just having a simple system where it's pay parking in the town center,
Yep.
with the potential for purchase of a monthly pass in some designated lot.
Right. So just on that, and, you know, I wouldn't think that going widely for employees, unless it's an exceptional circumstances, it's a good idea, because obviously that defeats the purpose if all lots are full of all the employees of the town and the retail and restaurant, et cetera. I will have to change my habits and practices. But there are some people that live downtown and there is no space for them, because sometime in the past, the developer paid cash in lieu, and now there's no spot for that tenant. Would they potentially be one of those exceptions that could apply for a monthly pass?
That's a great example of an edge case. And from a strategic perspective, we want housing without parking. That is the most inexpensive housing to provide, is housing where you don't have to additionally provide land and structure for storing cars. And so we want to see over time options for people to not own a car and get a discounted rent versus a one bedroom with a parking stall or 2 parking stalls assigned. The challenge is that the folks living in that unit that the developer used cash in lieu to change their development requirements is that they own a car. And so they've selected and elected to move to the town center on that basis. And so how do we transition to a point where that unit comes without designated parking? The person considering it knows they can, maybe they have an expensive monthly pass option. Or, hey, I don't own a car. I'd love to live downtown and take transit and walk. I work downtown. So that's the piece that we need to, I think, certainly in the short term, have a transition plan for those folks, but longer term, the cost of those passes should represent the impact of that use of public space, and that's likely a very high dollar value, and so that would then be considered in people's decisions to locate a business in the town center that requires 20 parking stalls for administrative employees, or a business that requires 20 parking stalls for guests coming to go on a tour. Right. They may have to elect to find a different location that has abundant free parking.
Great. Thank you. Councillor McCallum. Oh.
Make me red again. Thank you. And I loved the last bit because, you know, I've been banging on that drum for a while. Anyways, my questions have to do about visitor experience and parking availability, and before they come to town, knowing where there might be some parking available for them to pay for. So I don't expect this to happen in the first year, but I'm wondering if there's been any conversation or discussion within the future years about the creation of a parking app where people can see as they're coming into town where there is available paid parking for them to park, which makes for a far more efficient arrival experience. And or much like our neighbors to the west of us, where they have a sign saying this parking lot has X number of spaces available. I'm going to guess both options are not cheap because it requires understanding the comings and goings in a lot. And I've seen them applied to quite small lots in Banff. I'm quite surprised. But I was just wondering if you could speak to that.
The app technology is there. It's part of what we'll be rolling out, so you will be able to see.
Like this year you're rolling it out, or like in the future?
You'll be able to see locations and pricing and regulation. You may not be able to see availability. Yeah, so we can chat with the vendor about that because it could be possible that with all users registering, you can start to get some availability information. The parking lot one is a real challenge, and we have looked into that. The technology is getting better and better. So some of the growing pains that I know Banff had, where they had to do a lot of manual recalibrating on a daily, throughout the day basis.
It seems like black magic how they do
make it
I have
accurate.
no idea.
But they're likely figuring it out. The challenge with our lots are they're quite permeable. There's lots of entry and exit points. And
Yes,
so,
and that's what I've noticed, that there's usually like one entrance or two. It's quite limited or narrowed.
But we will look at the app option. And then the other piece is our goal is to have 90% utilization. So if people know from experience, they can come into the town center. It's going to be a better user experience because they'll be able to find parking on all the streets and in the parking lots based on pricing and regulation that we use to keep the demand at 80–90%.
Gotcha. And then my next question has to do about similar to what's along the same lines as the mayor was speaking, and a point that somebody brought up to me actually during the election with regards to paid parking, and it's solvable, but it's one of those single-story sort of examples. And that's, staff that work downtown, perhaps work late into the night, and where they're parking, and how they're getting to their vehicle safely if they're having to park in either a segregated lot, it's a terrible word to use, but you know what I mean, or somewhere on the outskirts of downtown itself. Has there been any discussions, in terms of the BIA? I know in other municipalities, people have like walk safe programs where a staff member walks them to their car or something like that. I'm just wondering if that's, or people that start really early in the morning, if they start at 5 or 6 in the morning and they're coming downtown. If there's been any, and I'm not expecting you to have a solution to this, but it's just something that has come up in the past, not much, but it is, having worked bar work in my younger years myself, I understand that feeling.
Yeah, it's not something that we've looked at, and on the spot, I think that a lot of our lots are potentially underlit as well. So,
I guess if we were looking at a segregated lot, it would be great to have one that was really well lit and maybe adjacency to something more 24/7.
Late night security. Yeah, we'll take it away and
the universities do this all the time, right?
Yeah.
They do them on site all the time.
We'll certainly give thought to, are we creating a safety concern? And if so, how could we potentially address it?
I'm not trying to make up a lack of safety, because I know we're a very safe community, but anyways, that's all I had to bring up. Thank you very much.
Mr. Sarte, I wonder about, will the municipality be able to track the revenue from the different areas? Like, we know what is a quarry, so if it comes in through those machines, we know it's there, and downtown, and who knows if it was another place at another time. We'll be able to track that?
Yes, certainly between quarry and the town center. Within the town center, I'm not sure how fine-grained we could get, but that'll be a question we ask the vendor. But certainly between different locations. That's how it will be tracked.
Because it's one of the, either on the phone, it's an option, or maybe your location services tell
Yes.
it where it's at. But if you use a machine, obviously it registers someplace. Okay.
Yep.
Great, thanks. Councillor Hillstead.
You've spoken to the flexibility of this new system. With that, is there options for, if there's certain areas of town, like I'm specifically thinking of like Glacier Drive, where there tends to be a lot of industrial parking, which tends to be certain companies using it as a permanent location for their business to store their vehicles? Is there an option, either maybe, if it would be, I don't think the residential district would make sense there, but just a different option for if industrial uses want to basically use public roads as their private areas, to have a different use in those areas where they can get a permit to store their stuff for longer periods of time. And like I know even just behind the our public work building there in the parking lot, like the Ball Diamonds, it's not always used, but I know sometimes if you go by late at night, there'll be cars that are parked in the overnight parking. And again, yeah, so just for those kind of areas where, again, the Ball Diamonds aren't always being used, and so maybe overnight parking is not a terrible idea, and maybe we can actually use that as a thing for people that tend to store their vehicles on the street, but they're using them during the day, just because, again, overnight, not everyone's using it. So I'm just wondering about if those are an option in the flexibility of this program to have other things other than just the resident parking, but have a different subclass of parking for those specific type of areas.
Yeah, my understanding is it's highly configurable, and there are a range of permit options. The vendor model is that they provide the platform, and then there's a per permit charge. So if it's an annual permit, it's $275. If it's a monthly permit, it's something like $1 or 75 cents. So they're quite happy to configure a new permit module for us, and we can certainly look at any of those types of kind of customizations. Just as you look at them, you just want it to be intuitive and easy to administer, but I'm sure there would be ways for us to expand it in that way.
Yeah, and just building on that, because I know that there's some businesses that are now just conducting their business on the street, and we need to perhaps ensure that there's a fair use of the streets amongst businesses. Councillor Mera.
Thank you. I see we have Mr. Robertson in the audience there. I was just wondering what the communication rollout plan is to the community regarding the parking.
Well, it's starting right now with this
Mr.
presentation.
Mr. Robertson's going.
Other than the ones who do not listen to the council.
No, for sure. All of the information that Mr. Asarte presented today is available on the town's website right now. So this is the start. Our next big focus will be once we have a date figured out with the vendor when we're going to launch the Canmore Resident Pass. All of our focus will be on getting people to sign up for that, educating them on that platform. And then we'll work towards our date in May when we're starting paid parking and focus on the visitor piece, but most of our efforts will go towards residents.
Okay, thank you. So it'll be like in the newspaper, that kind of thing?
We'll use all of our standard channels for that, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
You didn't get all masked up for nothing. You didn't get all masked up for nothing.
Oh, yeah, I got to come up.
Yeah. We bring the whole entourage, right? All right, any other questions from council? Oh. Okay, so, Mr. Soto, did you have something you wanted to add?
I was wondering, Mayor Krauser, if you'd indulge me a question. I just, but I'll
As soon private resident wanting to come downtown?
Exactly. And it's probably for Mr. Asarte. I'm just wanting clarification on the pink or salmon-colored areas, the resident pass. Is that time-bound? Is that 3 hours? So if I live on 7th Ave, and can I park there all day, or is it just a 3-hour parking? And then if I'm a resident and work downtown, I can also park there all day?
Correct. If you have a resident pass, you can park in any of those areas. And the same regulation would apply as any residential street, which is up to 72 hours. The idea being that you create options that people preferentially will park in the zones where they use their 3-hour free. So it'll be something we have to monitor, the use outside of that, but we feel that having flexibility in the system, currently you can park in any of those, anyone can park in any of those areas for any amount of time. So this is already changing the rules quite a bit, or up to 72 hours. So this is changing the rules up quite a bit in those areas, but we'll certainly have to monitor, because if we find that now a bunch of employee use is preferentially going into residential neighborhoods, then it may have to follow up with some subsequent time restriction or other regulation.
Just one more then, the resident permit areas around the quarry, which I understand will change, are they changing in sort of scale at all, or are they staying the same as they were last year?
The boundaries seem to work quite well last year. This would address one of the main issues we had, which is residents outside of the boundaries, but nearby neighbors wanting to have some flexibility to park in and out of the residence zone. So this would solve that. But the boundaries seem to work, so unless we have an issue up there, we'll keep them the same.
Okay, thank you.
And as you mentioned, residents who live in those areas can apply for visitor passes, so that somebody who does not hold of a residence pass could park there if they're given by the homeowner or the renter a pass.
Correct.
Okay, great, thanks. Councillor Graham.
Mr. Sutton, when you come back to us in the future, what will success of this program look like to you?
For me, I think it would be the use of the parking is more efficient, for one. So when we went out in 2016 and surveyed all the parking areas, we found the same handful of spots were always the spots that were full, but at no time in the town center, when you looked at the entirety of the parking stop, private and public, were we anywhere close to full. There was always a lot of parking available. It just wasn't where people wanted it. And so people were spending a lot of time circling around the same handful of spots trying to find those parking places. So success is going to be you can find parking. The people parking in the town center are coming in 2s and 3s and 4s, and they're coming here as residents, and they're coming as visitors to shop and dine and experience the town center and use the town center space. It'll be a management of that demand that allows us to start and continue taking spaces that we're using, you know, that big gray area. When you look from above, can we start to take some of that space and use it in ways that are meaningful for the community? And there's lots of different things you can do with asphalt paved areas. And we're seeing that with parklets and the pedestrianization. So activation of the town center and different use of that space. We'll have traffic congestion managed around the town center, and we're going to be able to bring more people downtown by bringing them in. You know, they're carpooling, the 2s, 3s, and 4s are coming by bus. We have room on the roads. We can use some of the parking. Bull Bridge Corridor, for example. We have 76 parking stalls, I think was the last count, on that entire strip of land. It's 20-meter wide corridor, and for space to store 76 cars, we give up all of our flexibility to add better sidewalks or bike paths. And so can we start to re-envision our corridors coming into the downtown to use that space for car storage in a way that instead of a handful of people coming in, you can bring very large volumes, which is what we expect will want to travel along there. And then on the revenue side, the strategic plan points to reinvest into transportation, reinvest into the areas where the revenues are collected, and we, I think, have a lot of people who want to see enhancement and vibrancy in the town center. So ideally, this would contribute to being able to realize some of those plans that might come about through the town center planning.
Ms. Smithers, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yes, thank you. And just to build on what Mr. Asarte was saying, I wanted to, I think a good frame of reference that in part answers that question is one of the slides that Mr. Asarte opened with, that just paid parking isn't an objective in and of itself. It hangs together with a whole transportation strategy and an attempt to balance the needs and interests of our community. And that paid parking isn't, or sorry, free parking isn't free. It does come at a cost in terms of capital infrastructure and also in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. So this paid parking program, when it comes to looking at monthly passes or considerations around who would qualify for passes or not, it's all part of a bigger strategy that really focuses on that. What can we do to emphasize active modes? What can we do to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions? And what can we do to achieve those broader transportation objectives that work us towards that? So a lot of the conversation today, understandably, was around the kind of operating and logistical issues, but it all does kind of roll back up into a bigger community vision. So I just wanted to remind council of that the paid parking isn't an end unto its own, that it's part of a bigger picture of just quality of life in our community.
Great, thank you. I think we've exhausted our questions. Well done. Well done to you and your entourage, and thank you very much for all that information today. It's very much appreciated, and looking forward to it rolling out. I'm going to move that we go in camera now. Yep. Yep.
Could I just ask that we stop live streaming since we won't be making any motions once council leaves the in-camera session?
Oh, yes, absolutely. So just to confirm what was just reminded me is that council is going to be going in camera, and there will be no decisions made afterwards. We'll just be coming out of camera and adjourning. So we will stop the live streaming momentarily. And I will move that we go in camera. All those in favor?